8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the kickoff hour, and we are live here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Looking forward to another day with you. We do know the Wheel of Meat will spin today. That's a given. Tomorrow, Rick and Bubba Best Of, hosted by Helmsy, and Monday, it'll be a replay for Labor Day. A little bit later in the show, about 2.5 hours from now, Dr. Lou will be here to officially kick off football season, although there's been college football prior to today. We will look at it. You know, Terry even said yesterday when she saw the schedule, honey, why are they playing all the way through Monday? And I said, well, it's Labor Day weekend. Come on now. Let's get the Rotel dip out and the grill going and get ready. College football is here, and we'll break it all down for you. Eddie Van Adler, he's right in there. He's got TV live in HD. And then there's old Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hello.
Y'all good? Everybody fine? Fired up?
Yes. Come on.
College football, lots of games playing Monday. Don't forget, just when you wind down, you think, oh, it's all over. Ole Miss and Louisville are Monday on Labor Day. So there's that for you. Just don't, there'll be a ton of football, so just come and go as you please.
Yep.
And so Dr. Lou will be with us today for college football. This week, Scott the Rock Gorosky, he's pretty hot on the show. And we've never had a long form interview with Scott, his relationship with the show, his story, and all the behind scenes. He's involved with a lot of different things. And so that will be this week's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So make sure that you are standing by for that. I think it will be an extremely good podcast, always informative, the Rick and Bubba University podcast. If you'd like to go back and just kind of look through the library and see what we got, the archives, you can do so. Just search Rick and Bubba University on your podcast or on the YouTube channel. So check that out today. RickandBubba.com, too, has all links and information. Well, how are y'all? Y'all good? Everybody good? Everybody fired up? Fired up.
Had to drop off a car this morning at the old place across the street and just walk over. And that's always weird because I feel like, well, first of all, so Amanda wakes me up last night. I just fell asleep I was watching UAB and Jacksonville State. Congratulations to the Blazers. Beat the Gamecocks last night. And I was sitting there, hey, I've got something wrong with the tire of my car. And I'm like, you're just now telling me? Yeah, it's been doing this all day.
Oh, boy.
It's making some funny noise.
I
think it's one of the back tires.
Oh, no.
Okay, sounds good. Make sure you give me the key, and I'll take it in the morning, drop it off, and I'll walk over. I get up and look this morning. I can see the metal.
Oh, no.
What is it called? The cords or whatever? The cords are showing on the tire. And part of the rubber is just hanging off.
That thing was ready to peel off.
I thought,
flat, and the noise it's making is every single
SUV?
time. Yes, every single time it's hitting. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, goodness gracious, you just been out driving this thing with it like this.
You'd be
what
on
in the
the
world?
interstate and peel it off.
So drop that off. Then I had that weird moment where I had to walk across 31. And I always feel like I'm doing something wrong. I always feel like I'm in trouble for some reason. I feel like some police officer's going to stop me and go, hey, what are you doing out so early?
I totally
what you doing out here?
Yeah. You kind of looking around like, okay, here I go. And you got like a backpack on, too, so it makes it even, for some reason, feel worse.
And I grab the things that I need out of the car, and so that's sunglasses for later in the day I put on top of my head. So it looks like I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I can't believe that. So you got
my morning's been exciting already.
I've talked to the boys and Terry and everybody. Look, just let's communicate.
Yeah.
If you feel something weird's going on in the car, let's not wait to your point.
Don't drive it all day and then tell me
we're on the side of the road. The flat tire or something. That's funny though.
Yeah, I mean it was
the tire's flapping. You're hearing something. Let me tell you what you're hearing.
Yeah, I can see the metal cords in the tire.
Yeah,
like inside the tire.
That's time for a new one when that happens.
Speaking of police, every market's got, its handles and police chases, and California is known for helicopter coverage of police chases. We've all seen that, right? Yesterday in the Birmingham market, bizarre story. We have, and this is what the story says, that we have a police cruiser pulls up to a situation where there looks like there's some type of domestic dispute in a car.
Yeah.
And after the officers kind of gather information, they took a woman into custody and put her in the back of the cruiser and then got her, settled, locked in, you're okay, and then go back to the car that they're behind and kind of try to figure out the what's going on here. You know, get dialed in. Well, somehow she was able to go from handcuffs in the back to get them in the front and cruise.
How in the world is that possible?
And get into the driver's seat.
Step through them,
and take off in the cruiser.
I couldn't do it.
And take off, and she took off in the cruiser.
That's funny.
Okay, which I feel sorry for the officer because he'll never live this down.
He won't.
Okay, even though if it's his fault, not fault, I don't know.
You talking about Cruiser Crane?
So then all of a sudden I get these notifications.
You know they're going to nickname him.
Police chase are pursuing Cruiser with this woman in it.
Driving while wearing handcuffs.
And it traffics.
Where did she think this was going to end?
That's why I'm bringing it up.
Did she think there's a scenario where I do this and I get away?
Right. That's exactly why I'm bringing it up, Greg.
I don't understand.
What is the end result?
Yeah.
Now, the end result.
I got cuffs on. That's kind of a hindrance. But I also in a police cruiser.
Right.
Yeah.
At some point, I'm going to get so far ahead of them, nobody's going to care.
Yeah. So here's the end
I'm
result.
doing like Smoking the Bandit turned down a dirt road.
Yeah. People that were stuck in traffic waiting on this woman because she's messed everything up. It shows her in handcuffs being walked across the interstate lanes. Now understand, it shut everything down. Okay, 35-year-old woman, and she is detained and put in handcuffs again. This time in the back again, puts them in the back. She handcuffs after stealing the police cruiser. Led officers on this chase. And so that's the end result. But here's my question. What does she think was going to happen?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'm taking this car and I'm out. We've all seen that, right?
I'm making a run for it.
Yeah.
Somehow I'm going to blend in this police cruiser.
Yeah.
And if I get out, I'm going to blend in with these cuffs on.
So while they had her in the cruiser, went back to question the man even more, she was able to get the cuffs in the front.
Yeah,
and then take off in the cruiser.
Here was her hands like
for those of you that know the area, 459 is where they got her. Which you got 65 and then you got 20. Since 65 runs north and south, 20 east and west, and then 459. And we've all got these in different markets. It's the interstate system to kind of get you around downtown or whatever, and it's a big interstate system, and a lot of people use it.
A for effort.
And they even had to call in state troopers to help deploy spike strips on the interstate at one point.
I've always wanted to run over those.
I've always wanted to put them out.
Run over them?
I just kind of want to run over.
Well, I've always wanted to put them out and let somebody else run over.
Your tire was almost like it ran over the spike thing.
It's true.
Oh, me. But I want to just interview them almost like while they're still in the back seat and go, hey, let me ask you a question. Where were you go? Did you panic? What's up?
First question is
when you hit the gas, where was your destination? If I can get here, I'm free.
Yeah.
My first question is, how'd you get so limber that you could put the handcuffs?
Show me.
That's
see if you can do it again.
I want to see if you can do it again.
Right.
How did you do this?
Yeah.
And then what was your end game?
Yeah.
What did you think was going to happen? This is not the 80s where we didn't track vehicles. They know exactly where you're going.
It's hard to hide a police car.
Yes.
She must have been able to, while sitting down, let me get through this. And be able to be so flexible to where she can just throw her feet way on up and then just bring them up and then bend her knees.
Maybe a former gymnast.
Could be.
I mean, I don't know.
Or just extremely flexible.
But you went from, we just got a domestic issue here, and it can probably be resolved, to now I'm stealing a police cruiser.
I got a few other charges added
and now I'm in a big handle.
Suddenly my little sheet had a lot of writing on it.
Right. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. I don't know why. Do they think I can get away?
Yeah, I can make it to the state line.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the kickoff hour. We thank you so much for being with us. We know the Wheel of Meat will spin today. Dr. Lou will be with us to kick off officially college football, even though we know some college football games have played. Helmsy brought it up at the top of the hour when we started. Congratulations to the UAB Blazers on ESPN last night. Defeated Jacksonville State in Montgomery, 31-0, and it had a lot of obstacles with weather. A lot of rain coming through. I know Reese was there, the boss. He was there, and he sent me a picture one time. He was just in a rain jacket, all soaking wet. But great crowd, despite the weather, and so congratulations to them. Tonight we got more football than Greg's favorite night of football, Friday night, and then Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's all loaded down with college football, and so we'll have Dr. Lou in to officially kick it off today. Don't forget, too, Rick and Bubba University this weekend with Scott the Rock Gorosky.
Been getting several emails back to our previous story in regards to stepping out of the handcuffs or getting them. You don't. Right. I've gotten several from police deputies and
I got friends in law
deputy sheriffs and that are listening this morning. Said you would be amazed at how people can do this.
Right.
Not that they had to be limber. They've seen some pretty big dudes that are not limber at all. Just do it.
Well, how in the world?
Yeah.
We're talking about in the Birmingham market. There was a lady that was handcuffed, and from the back, by the way, behind the back,
cuffed and stuff,
and was put in a cruiser to kind of isolate her while they figured out what was going on, and she was able to get the cuffs to the front.
Yep.
And then steal the cruiser, and there was a police chase that ensued. Yeah. But she eventually, like all of them, that she was caught and thrown back in the cruiser.
Another thing,
but not the stolen one, because it had flat tires.
Another thing that came out of our audience yesterday was we use Sam, the computer voice, sometimes when we can't pronounce words or whatever. We'll try to figure it out. And somebody sent us an email
I love Sam.
And said, how would you like Sam to speak in different celebrity voices?
I love it.
And sent a link to this. And so you can choose anything from Ronald Reagan to Obama to SpongeBob SquarePants to whatever. There's a bunch of different options. And so I thought we'd start off with Ronald Reagan. And so this is what I've got here. Hopefully this will work. It may take a minute. Let's see.
So you type it in and just wait, and it kind of figures it out?
I don't know why it's not here. So that was Ronald Reagan.
I'm ready for that.
Yeah, that was like a robot, Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
So you didn't like it?
Did it say Speedy's not cheap all the time?
Speedy is not as cheap as people think. The first one always starts off like it doesn't. It's hard to understand. And that was.
I heard a little Reagan in there, but I heard a robot Reagan.
Who do you want next to say those?
Morgan
same
Freeman.
Things? I don't know if Morgan Freeman's a part of this.
Bill Bussey.
Henry the Horse.
Now you got Donald Trump's in here.
Okay, let's see what that.
You want to see what robot Donald Trump sounds like?
Can I stop you real quick? I need you to have a better attitude about this.
I'd like it to be a little more clear.
Is there something else you'd like me to put in here for Donald Trump to say?
And then where'd you get this?
It's just a link. It's just a link on the internet.
Just a fan of the show, Greg.
Yeah, fan of the show. Sean. I think he works for the football team at the University of Georgia.
He does.
Yeah, I've met him.
You've met him. So now you're meeting him.
I'm telling you, when we were at Auburn at the Auburn game, when they
now there are two guys that listen to the show that both work for the football team.
Okay, but it was one of them.
Just take over this. Take another
he emailed me the week before, and then I saw him out on the field. So shut up. And even if that, and he seems like a great guy, I wish this sounded more clear. That's all I'm saying. It's nothing personal, but it's a robot.
Type that in. I wish this sounded more clear. See if that's.
I wish this sounded more clear.
I'm just saying.
Well, you type real hard.
All right, let's see what to get here. This is supposed to be.
Now it's kind of, is it spinning or was it?
Well, it has to calculate it and then it'll go.
See.
Greg, you got to give it
Greg,
time.
do you like UFO documentaries? Speedy is not as cheap as people think. Greg, why are you so mad all the time? Does Bubba really like King Jones? Make America great again. Biden sucks. I wish this sounded more clear.
Okay, there's some words it just gives up on.
It does.
I wish I
You know what it is? It's Arnold Schwarzenegger's accent on other people. That's what it sounds like.
Greg,
give me some actors.
It's Speedy so. That's basically what it said. It didn't even Speedy so.
Take a sip. Go ahead.
It's kind of good.
Let me hear it.
I'm trying to find. What do y'all want? You get your
See, it takes too long. Dead air.
It's not. It's not take too long.
This is complete blow. We've blown it. It's terrible.
How you feeling? You all right?
Yeah.
Remind me to tell y'all something because you just said a word that makes me think. Last night, I know I'm U.S. Open heavy. I've said that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you need to.
Is this
I
golf
think
or tennis?
I'm complete. It's tennis, Greg.
Okay.
I'm
Wait, they
completely
both,
convinced that John McEnroe was drunk in the booth.
Well,
last
now
night.
that's a
Oh,
possibility.
really?
Yes.
Okay.
Or somebody was doing that computer.
A computer.
Speedy's.
Danny DeVito. Interesting.
Okay. I need one more.
Bob Barker.
Yeah,
You know Bob Barker?
Yeah.
I like Bob Barker.
Hold on.
just say Greg likes Bob Barker.
I liked him in Happy Gilmore.
Wishes he was his friend.
I liked him in Happy Gilmore when they got in a fight. It's funny.
I wish I could type that one line that he.
Yeah. So you got to do a lot of typing and a lot of waiting.
No,
But type
I didn't
in there.
say that.
Type in there and
the
say
price
that
is
they're-
wrong.
Type in there.
That's why I want to be.
where it says
Please put
they're
that
my
in.
friends.
Seriously, we can say that on air.
They're my
Greg,
friends.
we can't.
Yeah, well, it can. The robot, he has different rules.
But Greg, be quiet so we can hear it.
They're my friends.
That sounds just like it. Good night.
All right, okay, let me see if I'm gonna take the Speedy out since you don't like it.
Speedy's
And here we go. Let me just see what this calculates here.
Okay, well, right out of time. Look, it's okay.
Greg, why are you so mad all the time? Biden is clueless. The price is wrong. Bitch, just kidding. The price is right.
What
in the
did you
world?
say?
Put that in there.
I didn't. This thing's going crazy. It's going mad.
What did you
The
put
good
in there?
thing is nobody can understand.
Hey, I don't understand what it said. It didn't sound good.
I think you could put an F-bomb in there and nobody know it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour, kickoff hour live. Last live show of the week, so we know the Wheel of Meat will spin today. Lou Holtz with us later in the show. Rick and Bubba University with Scott Gorosky. That's The Rock this week. Tomorrow, it's a Rick and Bubba Best Of hosted by Helmsy, and then Monday, a Labor Day replay, and everybody back together on Tuesday of next week. As we roll on back, we have a number of things that we can discuss. A lot of it out there, it's just the same old, just kind of some different angles to it, which, hey, wow. You got all the hard news of the day. And this one here is always interesting because whenever we can get O.J. Simpson commenting on different things, he's so oblivious to or either that or he just doesn't care. I don't know, but he'll break down things. Hey, Twitter sphere.
Yeah, he acts like everybody just loves him.
Yeah, and he'll just sit down and he'll just break it down. And he decided to talk to his followers about Cam Newton. And, the story that the Patriots released Cam, and then now Belichick's in the news because he was asked if Cam being unvaccinated or whatever had anything to do with him being cut. He said he didn't. But then he went on to say a little bit more about some of the folks that are testing positive are the ones that are vaccinated. And so that's made the news. But O.J. Simpson, now, he needs some glasses that fit. All right, his glasses don't really fit. And that's Adler showing it there on YouTube if you're watching us. And if you don't mind, Adler, I'd like to play just a little bit of it. O.J. Simpson commenting on Cam Newton, and we can come out of it whenever we want.
Hey, Twitter world, it's me, yours truly. Well, today it's all about Cam Newton, and
breaking it down.
I got to admit, when this COVID-19 thing came up this past week, and I saw that he was going to miss 5 days of camp, I said, well, there goes the starting job, because this Mac Jones has been spectacular.
Is he sitting in a golf cart?
Cam lost that,
of course,
starting job. I'm still a little surprised they let him go because it's not like they're paying him an exorbitant amount of money for a quarterback. But I don't think Cam is cut out to be the backup. I think as long as he's fighting for the job, he's going to be positive and on the sideline. Knowing he's the backup,
this is O.J. Simpson,
no chance of getting in the game
just
unless this
like
kid
Right.
get hurt.
Glasses
Because I don't see Mac Jones playing himself out of that position. I just don't get why any quarterback in the NFL, as important as they are to their team, won't go and get the shot. A lot of them won't even admit if they have or if they haven't. You're exposed to the public. You're the star of the team. You got other
talking about
players that you're playing against on the other team. Maybe one of those guys got it. He's tackling you.
And he just goes on and on.
He just
By the way,
he shows up as if everybody loves him.
Now, I do think
he claims everybody does.
He's probably right about Cam. I don't see him standing over there, waiting to play, and I could be wrong with that. But
900,000 Twitter followers.
Yeah. Hey,
just in case y'all are wondering.
Right. Eddie Van Adler.
And then later on in the video, we didn't get to that part, but he was like, man, just, the people not taking the vaccines makes me so mad. It makes me want to stab two people violently.
Okay. Adler.
And then he was like, oh, just kidding.
Wait a minute, did I say that?
So frustrating.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
A little much. It's funny.
I don't know. I hate that we stopped that before he said it.
I'm gonna tell you something. Wrong Rider
Twitter
and Different. He's funny on Twitter because he sits there and he breaks everything down that comes up in sports in a serious "I didn't kill anybody" mode.
Oh yeah. It's like he's just the life of the party.
And I'm
Everybody's
wondering,
glad to see him.
He's got a. I noticed this too. He's got a Beyond Tobacco shirt on.
Beyond Tobacco.
And I wonder if that's some kind of sponsor or something that somebody has
like
signed him to this deal.
Possibly. Possibly.
O.J. Simpson. Goodness gracious.
How about that?
How about
Well,
that?
hello, Twitter world. It's yours truly.
What was
Twitter world?
What was Belichick basically saying on the vaccinated guys? Was he saying that a lot of them are the positive test or the vaccinated?
Well, he was just making
Yes.
a point that having the vaccine was not the reason he was cut loose, whether he had it or not, because he said, I mean, we got people who's had the vaccine still get it.
Yeah.
He goes, that's no reason to, they're trying to say that's why they cut him, because he wouldn't take the vaccine. He said that's not true.
He said, y'all got the stats. Y'all look at them. They're revealing. Most of the guys that are getting testing positive had the vaccine.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot of people don't like to hear that, but that's going on. I saw where the Boston Red Sox had a similar situation yesterday where they had to sit some players down, and those players had the vaccine. So it's not the end-all, be-all. I hate to break it to everybody, and I know that doesn't play well in political circles, but it's not what it's supposed to do at this point. Maybe we'll get it there. Maybe the booster on down the road will. I don't know.
Right.
But let's not act like it's the end-all, be-all right now.
Yeah, no. I see where the is it the Washington Nationals? I think their VP stepped down, resigned over the vaccine policy. So you got different folks. I saw Dabo Swinney as well, just jumping all over the place. Yeah, because we're talking about COVID.
I loved his take on it.
Yeah. Here's a little bit of his take on the whole vaccine and what you should do.
Yeah, and there's a vaccine. We've got very few guys on our team who have not been vaccinated, very few, and our staff is vaccinated. So that gives you a whole lot more comfort level. So last year we didn't have that. And it's not that you can't get it, but it's like knowing it's freezing outside and you go out there when you dress properly. You got your toboggan on, you got a heavy jacket and some thermals, and you can still get a cold, but you're at least doing everything you can to protect yourself. And so I feel a lot better about that as far as the odds of getting it as vaccinated. And again, you can get it, and then also the symptoms hopefully not being as severe.
Great analogy.
Yeah, Dabo Swinney on a higher comfort level entering the season compared to last year when the vaccines and all that wasn't possible, and just kind of breaking it down. And for those of you that don't realize it, they play Georgia this weekend.
What an
big
opener.
game. Right out of the gate.
An opener.
Right out of the gate. So there's your kind of COVID-19 vaccine talk with everybody. And Urban Meyer with Jacksonville Jaguars in the NFL, he kind of stirred all this up when he said that, when it came down to cutting down to a 53-man roster, that was a discussion. Then now it's got other head coaches going, well, wait a minute, that wasn't a determining factor here, blah, 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 believe what you want. I don't know. But it is what it is, and that's kind of the latest.
Belichick doesn't really take me as someone that cares what anybody
of course
thinks.
Not. He's going to do whatever.
And I love that about him. So,
where do y'all think Cam will land, or will he? Or will he take the year off?
I honestly thought the Cowboys thing may work out until they signed that Will Greer kid yesterday.
Yeah.
So
they brought him in.
I guess that's done. They won't bring Cam in now. I don't know.
And I saw another team or two that they thought he might go to. I think they picked up a quarterback too. So who knows?
If Cam would, and maybe he's doing this now. I don't know. Maybe y'all even know this. But if he would just go, guys, I'm good with being the backup. I'll hold the clipboard as long as you need me to. And when somebody gets hurt or something happens and you need me, I'm your guy.
Yeah.
And if he'll do that and say that and be genuine about that, I think somebody will take a chance on him. And I think he'll eventually get in and do well. But this whole I'm a starting and maybe he's not saying that. In all fairness, I don't know.
Right.
Don't follow it close enough. But I know he was at one point last year or 2 years ago saying, I'm nobody's backup. I'm a starter. His agent was out there telling everybody that. And that stigma is now with him. And I need to hear him go, man, I'm good with holding a clipboard. I'm good with being a number two. I'm going to be a really good number two. And then when I get a chance, I'm going to be your number one. And the guy that got hurt's not going to get his job back.
I don't know.
So
If he's capable of that.
I don't think he is, Greg. And that's why because we haven't heard it yet at this point.
Yeah.
Hey, we're what, 2 days into this, and we haven't heard that. So I hate that because he's an extremely, unbelievably talented athlete.
Yeah. If you're listening live tonight, the big one, Ohio State, Minnesota, row the boat, Helmsy. Will you be pulling for Minnesota, I'm assuming?
Yeah, 100%.
PJ?
Oh, I forgot all about PJ.
PJ Flex, my boy.
Forgot all about him.
Yeah, I mean, you got stuff on the wall.
Yeah.
On your motivational wall.
I sure do.
With quotes and things, and row the boat.
Yeah.
I caught him rowing the boat one time.
Yeah.
I got an oar in my office.
Row.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Your calls are always welcome. 866-WE-BE-BIG. That'd be unscreened phone calls. That's there for you. One more break and a segment, and then the guys join us right after the top of the hour. Don't go anywhere as you're listening to the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
10 minutes till top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour is made possible by GoodRx.com/Bubba. You know, prescription drugs can be expensive. Let's face it, getting the care you need to stay healthy shouldn't be hard or require us to take out a loan. It shouldn't be so expensive that you're like, now, how am I going to afford that medication? That's why you want to use the folks at GoodRx.com/Bubba. They'll help you find the lowest price on prescriptions every time. Now, this is not insurance, but with GoodRx.com/Bubba, you can instantly compare prices for your prescription at every pharmacy in your neighborhood and save up to 80%. That's huge, folks. With GoodRx.com/Bubba, you can find out discounts for your prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies at places like CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, Kroger, and more. This is the #1 most downloaded medical app out there. And so go to GoodRx.com/Bubba. That's GoodRx.com/Bubba. Get started and possibly save up to 80% on your prescriptions today. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so as we come on back, I got to ask a question. It's a little uncomfortable question, but we live, we live our life on the air.
Yeah.
Now, sadly, my family has realized that over the years. They've accepted it. Our kids have grown up really us talking about them on air, what happens at our house, everything.
Yeah.
But also our life in the office and in the halls, and we bring that to the show as well. So we can't do anything without being noticed. And I noticed something with you, Helms, and I want to ask you about it, if you don't mind.
Here we go.
I saw this little Tupperware container of some kind.
Yeah.
And you were carrying it around like it was like ashes.
I thought it was cinnamon again. You know, he would bring cinnamon every now and then.
Right.
For some reason.
And, I don't want to get,
snorting
into
it or something.
Personal life, but that's what we do. You seem to be bringing it and dipping it in coffee or something, or mixing it with coffee. And I'm like, well, that's not cream. That's not sugar. What's that? So what is that? It's like it's on its little separate thing, but
cinnamon.
I've noticed you're keeping it in your office, like to keep it from us.
Well, not necessarily from y'all, but from y'all to see, for sure. Not from you to consume.
Well, I didn't mean to see it, but I did.
All right, so here's what happened. Amanda and I trying to do a little bit better. She's doing some body pump classes every other day, and I'm playing a lot of tennis and a little cardio here or there. And so she has turned this into
dirty book.
Hey, I like where we're at in a exercising mode.
Okay.
Now we got to change our diet, and we got to do some things to our diet that
we need to eat more. Some weird
we need to eat more fish, and we need to eat more vegetables, and all that's been good.
Okay.
And
here's some powder.
All that's been good. Well, then
cinnamon.
random this weekend.
Yeah.
Hey, I got some new protein collagen powder I'd like you to try.
Protein collagen powder.
And I thought, well, okay, I'm up for anything, babe. I'm all in. Let's do this. We're doing this together. I'm in.
It's called
she said, well,
Yeah,
what
there you
you
go.
could do is you could put it. She goes, I know you like to mix these almost like a shake in your water or, whatever. She goes, but you can add it to your coffee as well. And I thought, okay. Well, I have been on this hunt for something to sweeten my coffee. Without these artificial sweeteners out there, I feel like
searching for the.
I feel like Equal's going to kill me. I feel like Splenda's going to kill me eventually. I feel like
Sure.
the cancer just yeah. And sugar's not good for you. And I know there's that. What is it? Truvia and stevia.
But look, all the Vias.
I don't think those taste good. I just don't. I know it's a preference thing, and people are screaming at me
I
right
must
now
have
that
dumped
it
one on
tastes
your
good.
tongue.
But I'm not a fan of that taste. And so when I'm consuming something, it's an odd concept.
Yeah.
I like it to taste good.
Okay.
So Amanda said, hey, you ought to stop putting sugar.
Yeah.
Won't you put this protein powder that, has the collagen, and this will help you. Mm-hmm. It's no sugar in it. It's grass fed.
No sugar tonight.
And now listen, this is the things that she's told me that it'll help. Okay. Y'all make fun of this.
Hang on.
Oh boy.
Libido.
Greg, that's not on here. Although healthy joints and bones.
Widow's peak.
Skin elasticity.
Watch your mouth.
It's supposed to help with hair and nail support, and I don't really care about that.
Like vitamin D.
Yeah, youthful appearance.
I know, this morning you walked in. I looked up. I thought it was Braden for just a second.
Your cheeks look so clean.
It's dairy-free, no added sugar.
Look at that, no wrinkles.
20 grams of grass-fed collagen. So what I'm doing.
Grass-fed.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Why do we act like grass-fed is supposed to be good? We grass-fed beef.
And it's paleo.
It's grass-fed. Well, you know what? I've seen a lot of nasty grass.
Paleo and keto friendly.
We act like that's some good thing.
So here's the deal. So I got me the container, and I took like enough to last me a couple weeks putting in my coffee.
Ooh, I got a calendar.
And so that's what it is. And so you'll see me.
Well, they must not put a lot in there if that's going to last you a couple
No,
of
I
weeks.
filled it up yesterday. I wasn't sure if I was going to like it. This was my first time to try it this week.
What if you just put it in, get a spoon of it and just put it on your tongue and let it
It's good.
dissolve?
I think you'd like it. Yeah, you could probably do that. May choke you.
I like that stuff like that.
But I did put it in there yesterday, the day before, and I refilled
Stevia,
it.
yes or no?
No.
Okay.
So I don't put anything. I'm going
Trivia.
black coffee with this in it.
Okay.
And that's it.
And it's supposed to sweeten it?
Well, it's got a chocolatey taste.
Oh, good.
Because it's the protein powder. So that's what y'all are going to have to deal with. And I know
Grass-fed.
y'all make fun of stuff like this. So
about corn
what I
fed?
have done is I've started fixing my coffee in my office, so y'all don't have to look at it.
Oh, I want to see it happen.
Well, you know what? You slipped up, and I
may
saw
try
it.
a little.
I'll give you a little bit of vital proteins, collagen peptides.
Probably some dirt somebody threw together and put a nice fancy
Well,
label
probably
on
so.
it.
Sorry,
But
Amanda.
here's
That's
the deal.
Greg, not
Here's
me.
the deal. My wife is happy that I'm taking it. I have resolved my sugar issue that I had with sweetening the coffee, and I like the chocolatey taste.
And the youthful appearance.
You can't beat the
I mean, your youthful appearance
hair and
is
nail
something
support.
Your beard's
Well, I know how important that is.
your beard's turned black.
What if he grew his nails out because of this?
Oh God,
It does.
great.
It does
Started
taste
painting
good.
You ever seen people, men with creepishly long nails, and you're like, that's weird.
Yeah. I still got the bad habit of biting mine. I know I'm not supposed to.
Bite your
but I
toenail?
just no. Greg, that's first of all, I can't get down there.
Could y'all touch your
Okay.
toes with your mouth? You
No.
When I was a kid, I could.
Try it. Get it up in there.
I'm not
Buddy,
near as
you couldn't
flexible
get
as I
it, you
once
couldn't get it
was.
past your belly button.
I used to put my foot behind my head.
See how high you
Did
get.
you really?
See how high you can get that
Oh, I
foot.
can't get mine.
Try
to
it.
go at all.
Get it in there.
Oh,
Nice
gosh,
trying to lick it.
wow,
Just-
if you
got
just had a
your tongue
longer
out.
tongue.
I'd like to see Adler do it. I think Adler
I think
can
he
do
could
it.
do it.
You know what
He's
I think?
nearly there anyway.
What we got to do is we got to throw it up. Hey, we got to throw it on the counter. Look,
Here.
like that, and then get up in it. Like this.
I hope you pull a muscle.
I'm about 6-8 inches away.
Why would you
I
hope
can't-
that, Greg?
I just see you scream.
You want to see me screaming?
I
Look
tried to
around?
be funny, and I hurt myself. There's nothing
Grinning.
better than that.
Adler, can you put your toes in your mouth?
I'll be honest. I
Sorry, I
got
know you
closer
had
than I
probably
thought
been-
I would.
Probably haven't been asked that lately, but I just want to know.
No, that's the first time I've ever
Well, I heard-
been asked that in my entire life.
I heard before this powder you couldn't get your foot hardly off the ground, and now you can get all
later,
over
Well,
it
it's
in
the
your mouth.
elasticity.
That's right. You know
That's
what that
exactly
means?
what it is.
You know what that elasticity? No stretch marks. That's what it's good for.
Is that what it means?
Mm-hmm. If you have elasticity in your skin, you don't get stretch marks. I made that up. I
was about to say, and you did really
I don't
good
know.
making it.
I
I
don't
love
even
how
know.
you looked around after you said it. So I guess Adler can't get his toes in his mouth. Is that it? Because he looks very flexible to
He
me.
could. He could do it.
Yeah.
I could put my feet behind my head, but I only do it at like certain situations.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
All right. Is that when you're rolling?
Yeah, that's for jujitsu.
Unfortunately, that's what I heard.
I've noticed because we're doing a best of tomorrow, it's turned into Little Friday. Have you? Which I'm loving, by the way.
yeah.
I hope we
I had
can
no idea
continue
we were
this
off.
path.
This is a Little Friday.
I hope
idea.
the big show. Hope the big show continues this path throughout the entire day.
I do too. I really
Of course, we
do.
got the Will of Meat to deal with, but that's
Get us
fine.
some more,
okay.
hey, get us some more of them robot celebrities.
Yeah. I wish
With
Robot
Arnold
Celebrities
Schwarzenegger.
was running a list of what was in that powder. I'm
With
mad.
Arnold's accent.
Yeah.
Dang, I should have done that.
The dog.
Throw that foot up there again. Let me see how close you can get it.
Take your foot and touch your widow's peak.
All right, hold on. All right, get on. Keep pushing yourself.
What if we heard pop? What if we heard pop?
Felt it.
But there you go again. Want people to get hurt.
What is wrong with you, Greg?
I don't want to be like permanent.
A pulled muscle.
I'm in a really
It'd
good
be
spot
funny
right
to go,
now.
man, Speedy pulled a muscle. What's he trying to do? He's trying to lick his foot. I mean, that's funny. You think it ain't funny?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. It is a brand new hour. We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. All right. Wheel of Meat's in play today. Today's Wheel of Meat Day. We know that now because we are on vacation tomorrow and Monday. Rick and Bubba Best Of tomorrow, hosted by Helmsy. Rick and Bubba Replay on Labor Day. Everybody off that day. So if we're going to spin that Wheel of Meat, we got to get that baby in today. We'll also record another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We jump into the world of Scott the Rock Gorosky. It's another expose of people tied to the Rick and Bubba Show. Really, he's riding high on this new popular segment, What's Eating Scott Gorosky? So we'll spend 45 minutes with The Rock coming up, and you can enjoy that this weekend. He actually has incredibly interesting story as far as his life. So we'll talk about that. That'll be coming out this weekend. Enjoy that as you enjoy the Labor Day weekend. And we also have a brand new Bible study archive available. We did that yesterday, session 3, in our walk through 1 Corinthians. That's now available for you on our podcast and YouTube archives. Right there, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler have already given you that kickoff hour, but now we need the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice. Professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into the little party called Rick and Bubba.
Let's go with it. Somebody say time has come. Time has come today.
about it.
Hey!
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 Hey.
Well, we got a lot to cover today. Some of it serious, some of it kind of fun. So
Well,
that'll be a pleasant change and surprise.
I knew that we had Dr. Lou's schedule, but I kind of thought, based on some of the events yesterday, he would not be able to be with us, but apparently he is.
You know, we may have to tell Dr. Lou, hey, give it a week.
Yeah.
Well, so Dr. Lou has prepared, and he will give us a look. And I know college football, we had some last night, we had some last weekend. It really bothers me that we don't have like an official start of college football, really, because the games just start kind of coming out of nowhere on weird nights and all this kind of stuff. But this, in my world, this weekend would be what I would say is the start of college
They
football.
did. I would agree. They did call last night the start of week 1, and last week end with a couple of games they called week 0, which really
See
was
there?
a bip to
So
me.
you want to upset me?
I know.
Start that kind of
It was a
crap.
bip to me too,
Right.
Rick. But they were actually saying that on College
Bubba.
Game Day.
Week
0.
Only in this weird world that we're living in can you get
Well,
away with
this-
week 0.
this is the new
You know why it
thing.
identified as week 0?
This is the new thing that they do because they have week 1 and anything before that they call 0. And listen, you'll laugh when I'm hearing this in technical terms too of things like
Here we go.
when I was watching one of the documentaries on SpaceX. They refer to the first stage of the rocket as the first stage. They refer to the launch pad as stage 0. So it's this new thing where you count back the other way.
Well, here's the thing.
And it's in everything now.
Yeah, well, here's the way that's going to make me want to run across there, tackle the stand-up camera, and then eat the sub soundboard. And that is, but if you're dealing with this thing with college football, something can't be 0. I mean, if something's happening, it is something, and nothing means nothing. And nothing from nothing leaves nothing. So
But you got to have something.
If something's happening, if something is actually good, you can say, well, there was no football that week except for the game that y'all saw. Well, see, I can't live with that.
Instead of just saying it's before week 1, they're calling it week 0. That's the new thing.
You can say
actually it's week 1.
Yeah, it really is.
It's an extended week 1.
How
A
about
big
this?
fat week 1.
If toe touches leather and somebody receives it either in the end zone and brings it out to the 20 or runs it out. Football has begun.
I'll go this far. Nebraska, it was your week 1.
Yeah, it was.
You can't call it week 0.
You can't.
It was your first game week 1.
Because you've already got a loss in the 1 in the loss.
Hey, look, I can only take so many illogical things in one lifetime, and what's going on in our society now? Y'all gonna get me burning buildings down.
Yeah. Can we just call
I'm
it?
gonna start acting up.
Why don't we just?
I can't take this anymore.
Can we just refer to it as the official start, even though it's we've had a few.
Well, you really can't.
Rick,
I'm
it
talking about-
is crazy because we've got some science stories today, but now they even have a rooster that laid an egg. Did you know that?
Well, you know why?
I saw it on ESPN last
That's
night.
good.
Yeah,
Took me a minute, but that's funny.
That's pretty
If you
good.
Think about it.
That's
Pretty
so
good. That's
good.
really good.
That's real good.
Yeah.
You came in.
Sorry,
with that today.
Gamecocks.
Who gave you that?
done.
Because you came in with it today. You were ready to go.
When he first said it in the kitchen, I thought, what is he talking about?
Yeah, I brought it
When I was
in.
walking down the hall, I thought, okay, that's pretty good.
I brought it.
I thought it was some bizarre Caitlyn Jenner joke. But anyway, no. If Northwestern
Billy
and
Joe
in
actually
Nebraska,
gave me that one.
if they played a college football,
Illinois and
I'm
Nebraska,
sorry.
yeah.
If Illinois and if Nebraska played Northwestern, man, that'd really been something.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if these are not like unheard of places,
Right.
If Illinois,
Big Ten matchup.
right? If there was a Big Ten matchup and they played,
Yeah.
college football has started.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it has.
it's official.
It has.
We're going. We're moving.
right. It's
We're kicking it off today, though, Rick and Bubba style.
yeah. Oh yeah. Now we can say that. We can say our official start is this weekend.
There you go.
But now we can't start talking about zeros and that kind of stuff.
This is a great time of year for sports.
It really is.
A lot going on, and football.
So they ruined it.
Right.
You're right. Yeah. 15 minutes past. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes
Waking
past
on
the
the
hour.
Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number.
Big star.
All right, so Bubba, you sent a text out today like you had an experience on the way in today.
Well, I've seen meteors many times. Some of the scariest ones have been out at the beginning of hunting season when you're out hanging in a tree and you see them and you go, wow, I'm out here by myself. I hope that's not a spaceship from another planet.
Sure.
But it's always eerie to me to see those. And driving in this morning, I was running a little late and trying to take care of a little project before I left. And it's real foggy where I live this morning. And I'm coming down what we know locally is Double Oak Mountain on Highway 280, which is one of our busier roads. And this, I mean, it was so bright, and it was real foggy. You couldn't see stars. You probably couldn't see an airplane. And I see this bright light cut across my windshield from left to right and, just fade out. You know how they do. And I went, wow. That was, and you start looking around going, hey, did anybody else see that?
Yeah.
5:13 this morning. And it gives you a heebie feeling, you know.
It does.
And then I start thinking, wow, that thing came from, that baby was spinning around on day 6 when God decided to rest,
How about that?
And that thing's been out there a while. And here it is coming through our atmosphere, burning up. And it just kind of gave me the heaves. I don't, and I was like, I had to tell somebody.
Well,
Betty was still asleep. I couldn't call her.
Right. Yeah, well, like I told Bubba, y'all, I'll update y'all. I sent y'all the text.
I don't know if anybody else saw it or not. But it's kind of cool.
I was told yesterday my new glasses did not pass inspection.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I'm
what's
so
up with that?
sorry.
I don't even know
Will
what that
they
means.
send a picture of them?
I don't even know what that means. So anyway, so I can't see like I need to when it comes to reading things. I can certainly see good enough to drive and all that from when I had LASIK surgery. And now what I'm dealing with is just the aging of the eye, which nobody can do anything about. I'm at that point now in my life. I realize that everybody will just say things like, well, now what's going on now? We can't do anything with it. I mean, it's just, I think the thing that shocked me, and I think it did me and you both, is this whole battle with COVID and all this stuff we're having to deal with. When you and I thought we didn't qualify for certain treatments, only to be told by our doctor that we did.
Yes. Yeah. I go, well, that's what old people get.
Right.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Everybody keeps asking me for stool samples, and so anyway, so I was in the car and I got your text.
Wait a minute.
And I was getting in and I was climbing up, into the lift kit and trying not to be injured and I looked down and I, so now something that small on your phone. I'm just, and I didn't have my reading glasses. They were laying in the car, and I looked down, and honestly, the first line I thought Bubba said is, "I just saw my mentor."
You're right.
And I thought, what is it a Waffle
Which
House?
one?
Was this a Waffle House gathering
early in the day?
And how about this? I'd like to know who this mentor is.
Yeah.
And,
You got several.
And I started laughing at myself when I went back and finally figured out what it was. I was like, "You idiot!"
Well,
I did understand that Highway 80 had to be Highway 280.
Yeah. Well, I was speaking it to Siri,
Yeah,
so
I hear it.
and if you speak like I do, Siri doesn't always pick up
Some
every
of the
detail.
things that Siri has sent me on your behalf,
Yeah.
it slayed me.
Oh,
I mean,
and there's some days it just ain't gonna work.
Nah.
It ain't gonna work. I've had more luck, I think, and somebody had called the show here one time and said if you speak Southern, try New Zealand.
Right.
It seems to pick up better with that. So,
by the way, on that,
and I did for a while, but I don't know what it's on now.
Yeah, I didn't see this meteor today. I missed it. I'm like you. I know you remember. This is what you're talking about. We all went on a hunting trip one time during a fall meteor shower, and I remember us getting out there for the morning hunt. And those things, it was
everywhere.
You're sitting up in the tree looking. Now that's kind of awesome. When you sit up in a tree looking.
It was about every 30 seconds or so. And you're like, wow.
Yeah,
but
there's still
hope those are not spaceships coming in.
Because you don't know which one's a spaceship.
You're
which
out there
one's
alone. You hear stuff,
Bubba,
crackling in the leaves
talking
before
about?
sunrise. You're like, wait a minute.
I don't know what this mentality
Wait a
we
minute.
have is that things will only get us. They won't get us in broad daylight with people talking loud. I don't know why we think that.
Right.
And for some reason, if I'm listening to music, nothing can get me.
Yeah. Right.
Why do we think that? Or if I've got TV going somewhere in the background.
Something going on.
It's like they're coming after you. Oh gosh, I hear
Hey,
TV.
Rick,
Shut it
Rick,
down.
I'm here alone. Cut the TV off.
That'll do it. That'll solve it. But anyway, we were.
But anyway, I didn't know if anybody else saw that or not. It creeped me out this morning because I hadn't seen one in a while.
No, it's something about it coming down in the fog too makes it even.
Yeah, because it was so foggy, and I'd even noticed. So I can't even see the tower lights, the cell towers and stuff. And wow, then that thing. I bet if it hadn't been foggy, she'd have been a bright one.
Yeah. So why do y'all think my glasses didn't pass inspection?
Well, you have a prescription, and they ground the lens for that prescription. And when it comes in, they tested it, and it wasn't that prescription.
Meet your specs.
Yeah. All right. So here's what.
Did you tell them? Hey, let me give it a shot and see what it says.
I still think.
Let me try it.
I still think there's some incredible comedy in the fact that a place that makes eyeglasses and gets prescriptions and makes glasses. When they update you on your glasses that you don't have, they text you. I still think that's funny.
That's funny.
I mean, shouldn't that be a phone call?
Yeah, I think so.
So since I can't see it, so anyway, it says, "Okay, bad news. Your glasses didn't pass inspection." And I don't know what it is. I think this is just the way we all are, and the way we're all set up. Just like the stuff you and I've been talking about, and putting the L on our forehead and all this. I immediately felt like a loser.
Yeah,
I thought my glasses, my stupid glasses,
my
can't
glasses
even pass.
won't do it.
Can't even pass inspection. So, and they say, which means there was a tiny blemish on the lens.
Yeah, it got chipped or something.
Yeah, scratch
in the process.
Yeah,
they have reordered. Oh my gosh! Now they flagged them. My glasses have been flagged. What in the world?
You can't even have glasses.
Tagged them and sent them back.
Yeah, you know what I sent back? Exactly what you said. You can't have nothing.
Yeah,
That's
you can't.
ridiculous.
What they say? 2 more weeks, Rick?
Who
3?
knows?
What?
Everything's 2
Now,
weeks.
Rick,
I
is
learned
it
that.
possible?
I learned that on the movie Money Pit.
Let me ask you that: is it possible you went to pick your glasses up, put them on, saw yourself in the mirror, and said, "There's no way I can go to work with these. I don't want to hurt Sherry's feelings," and you nicked it on the side of the counter and said something's wrong with
Guys,
it.
These glasses, of course, you know me because
Didn't pass inspection.
These glasses.
That buys me 2 more weeks.
These glasses that are coming your way. Okay?
We'll be in football season then. Nobody will care.
Right. These glasses
Week 1.
that are coming your way and I don't know how they're going to go over. I really don't. This is one of those situations where facial hair, sometimes haircuts, apparently not all the time, a new shirt we have, whatever fills in the blank. Where sometimes you're doing something because you know how we want to live out our life from a biblical worldview for an audience of one, and then if you're married, really your look is also for an audience of one. It's for your wife, and if she digs it, you will take ribbing just to be sure that if she thinks it's something, it's even sometimes.
So if they're really bad, you're gonna wear them in here?
Well, I got to see.
You can wear them at home.
Yeah, but I don't like the way I can't see good in here.
Yeah, it just depends on how bad they are.
You ought to see me on this phone screen over here because the numbers have faded out anyway.
Yeah.
To try to see what line it is, and I mean it's impossible.
Yeah,
I mean,
you look like Jameis Winston before LASIK surgery.
Yeah,
trying to look over at you.
Yeah, right. It's I need them.
I would like to think you may go as far to get another pair, but I don't think you can keep up with 2 pairs.
Well, hey, they're real proud of those glasses.
I know. But
And Rick, you're going to do all this to get it, and then you're going to sit on them and crush them.
You're right.
Anyway,
No, you're right. You're right. You're 100% right. You can't.
What do you think the pool is before he loses them?
You can't. Well, I tell you what's more like
a week.
Because this, I've gotten better. I've got new systems on not losing things. Where I would put my money is breaking them.
Yeah.
I saw what you need is one of those bands to wear them around your neck.
I saw a commercial where they'll send you like 7 pair. You seen that, Warbly or something?
Yeah.
I ain't Warbly.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. CandidCo.com/Bubba. And if you are looking to do something about the fact that you've got some teeth that need to be straightened, and this is something that's kind of taken away your confidence and you wanted to deal with it, maybe you've gotten a little older and you certainly don't want to go back and do the old metal braces and all that, well, may I point you to CandidCo.com/Bubba because they do this with invisible, comfortable, and removable aligners. But warning, caution flag, there are some people that go out there and try to compete with CandidCo.com/Bubba, but what you need to know is just because somebody has an aligner doesn't mean you're dealing with an orthodontist. A lot of the competitors they come up with these inferior aligners, and then they have a general dentist trying to work with you during the process, and that's not that dentist. That's not the expertise for this particular person. With CandidCo.com/Bubba, it's an orthodontist from the beginning to the end. If you can do it from the comfort of your home. If you would rather go see somebody, they can find one of their studios near you and send you there too. It's CandidCo.com/Bubba. Go there right now. We'll get you a teeth whitening for free. We'll also get you $75 off your starter kit, and you can get started either from home or if you want to go to one of the studios, you can do that too. So save $75 on the starter kit right now at CandidCo.com/Bubba. Take about 6 months, but you're going to see great results way before then. That's CandidCo.com/Bubba, or just find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so let's update the old black cloud hanging on everybody's head, COVID and COVID and COVID. But this is a good one. So we gave you the update that the survival rates continue to be very, very good. And like I say, the lowest survival rate that we have right now is about 94.5%, and that's people 70 plus. Everybody prior to that still pretty much in the 99 range, which is wonderful, and that is good news. But that still includes people that had to go in the hospital and survived and struggles. Nobody is saying that it's not a big deal, and we are all trying to find out how to live with this, how to give ourselves the best shot at not having a hard time with it. And we have a really good some pretty good research. I mean, was it 850,000 people?
Yeah, it's one of the biggest studies done so far.
Yeah, and this comes out of Israel. And Israel also is important because they're about 90% vaccinated.
Yeah, they're one of the most, percentage-wise, highest rated vaccinated rated the populace.
Yeah, come on.
Easy for me to say.
I tell you what.
Than any other country, and it is a great laboratory for what's going on with all these variants and everything. And Rick, even though those survival rates are good, we still lost close to 600,000 people because of the number of people in our country. If you're in that group or in that family, it's it's a very personal and big deal to you, and of course stirs a lot of emotions. Mm-hmm. But I think and you've talked about this a lot lately, the tribalism that we're dealing with in our country. And I don't know if y'all looked at that little song I sent you last night. The lady did. It's really a roadmap to how to destroy a civilization.
Mm-hmm. Well, it really breaks it down, doesn't it?
It does. More wild dead on. And
kind of a strange way of doing it, but yeah.
Right.
We may show that later. But to this specific situation, we all have kind of made our own decisions based on what we're seeing. The politics has got into this. The rejection of politics has got into this. I mean, it's just all over the road. And there's some things happening today, too, that we'll talk about that I don't think is helping the situation.
No.
But one of the largest, most in-depth studies so far, and you can read it for yourself at science.org. It's a story. Let's see, what is the lady's name here? Meredith Wadman, who did this. And it points out a couple of things, and I'm going to give you the conclusions they came to, and it's going to show you, I think, why we all feel like we're getting different answers and different opinions on a lot of things. If I can surmise this in Bubba-ese, it says that natural antibodies are better than what you get from a vaccine.
Right.
Okay,
about 13
broader,
times better. Yeah.
stronger, better. Period. But if you don't have those antibodies, getting the vaccination is critical because it could save your life and those of your family. Absolutely critical if you don't have the natural antibodies. And they don't suggest having these chickenpox parties because you could give it to 8 people and 4 of them be fine, a couple of them go to the hospital, one of them die. Well, I mean, you just cannot play Russian roulette with it. It is that dangerous.
Yeah, the chickenpox parties doing things like that on purpose is about as dumb as the isolation idea. They're both
neither
dumb.
one of them is very wise.
We need to naturally move around through our lives like we would normally do.
So
with the protection and getting the most protection you can get.
The summation of this whole thing is natural antibodies are better if you have them while you have them. The vax is critical for people who have not had it. But if you get vaccinated on top of natural antibodies, you've got the best coverage by far in amount and scope and spectrum. They are not seeing any Frankenstein effect from the vaccine, which we do have some people pushing that idea. They're saying it's not there.
Right, and so that's kind of and that's 850,000 people. Some of this we acknowledge you can't know now because you're not far enough down the road. But we're giving you an update on the things we know now based on the time that all these things have been going on.
Right,
because there are some things you don't know until you get further down the road. But this is what we know now.
So I feel pretty confident with that data. I think that is something you can hang your hat on, and I think it covers why we're seeing some people say this, some people say that, and some of these things are not mutually exclusive. In other words, if your tribe's for it, my tribe don't have to be against it.
Right.
We can actually work together on some of this and maybe make some progress.
That'd probably be best. I know that on August 27th, Sean Fleetwood from the Federalist also put this study out because I saw it, like I say, a few days ago. So it was sent to me, and Sean Fleetwood did one. I don't know if this is the same article you have, but it's the same research.
Yeah, it kind of comes to the same conclusion.
Yeah,
yeah. And I feel pretty solid with that. So there's a lot of people won't want to hear that on both sides of the aisle and both tribes, so to speak. But I feel pretty solid that that's maybe as close to the truth as what we have right now. Now, there's some things going on that are not going to help in the politicalization of all this. And I've already had people send me stories on this. We had 2 FDA commissioners on the Vaccine Commission resign because they were not happy with the way things were being done. They said, hey, there's evidence right there. Well, the problem is the Biden administration is pushing this booster or the third shot. It was politically pushed, not from the medical community. And the commissioners are going, look, wait a minute. Biden's saying he's going to start vaccinating people with a booster on September the 20th. And he's locked in on this date like he was on the withdrawal, and he's, we're going to do it. Well, the FDA saying we haven't approved this yet. We haven't even covered this. We don't have the data available yet to cover this. Why is the administration getting out in front of us on this?
Well, I'll tell you why, because this is why you can't, and we've had people say this, it seemed like in the first month of all this, 18, 19 months ago, you can't let politics get into science. When you do, and what you're saying is, here's some scientists that are not against vaccines. They're probably not even against the booster.
No.
But what they're saying is,
there's a process.
You can't run out there because you want to be the president that announced that you came up with some vaccine that eradicated this from society, so that can be put on your Wikipedia page the rest of your life. And when you get ready to run for your next election, you want to say you were the one that came up with a plan that finally ended the pandemic. And I'm sorry, this is not that simple. Okay, this is going to require us, testing stuff, trying stuff going forward. And you know what? It may turn out that us getting to the other side of it, that no politician gets to officially take credit for it. And that's the problem. Is you have one everybody's saying, well, let's say, all right, let's get to the pandemic. Sure, there's people dying, we got all this, but how can we benefit from this politically. We need to be sure. Let's go over here and be against this. So if it falls apart politically, we win for that. Let's see if we can announce that we somehow have come up with something that'll end it. And if everybody would go along with our administration, we get to the end of it. Yeah, let's do that, because then if we don't get to do it, we'll say if we would have been able to do it, it would have worked. So, okay, put that over. And so it's all a bunch of garbage. And so what we got to do is get down and work through this as level-headed thinking human beings and let our scientists, we wish they would all agree, but they normally don't.
Well, I think this Israeli study is what I'm calling the convergence of facts and ideas, which has been desperately needed. It seems like we've been running in different directions, and this one says it seems to be pulling it together, saying natural antibodies are better. If you haven't had that, you have to get vaccinated. It's critical, and if you've had it, get the vax on top of it, and you're even better off.
And the ones over here, the way y'all trying to sell
That's
this.
not a sellout. I'm just telling you what the study says.
Well, I talked to about 4 people who work full-time in the medical field out there on the front lines, and they've come back and said, but, man, we got to stop saying that nurses and first responders have to take it. We're losing them right now, and we don't need to lose them. Let them work.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
TheraBreath.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba show and then some things coming up. Dr. Lou, his debut for this football season. Dr. Lou will be with us coming up next hour. He'll break down this weekend's matchups. Also, with it being tailgating season, football season is back. We put up for a limited time what I call kind of the tailgating chair or the travel ball chair, or or I'm going to see my kids, but they don't play in the stadium; they play out in the field. And these we call it the big and fold out chair. Look at this,
nice.
It's the big and camp chair. Camping out, you got to camp out. It's good.
This is a great chair too, Rick. I've got a couple of them, and I love them.
Yeah, they're fantastic. Got the big old logo on them. And a lot of you, when it went away, you were like, hey, y'all ever going to bring that back? And the answer is yes. We're bringing it back now. This one operates a little different because of the cost of how expensive these are to make or to get and then to ship. We bring them up, and we really don't place the order until we know how many y'all want. As opposed to keeping them in stock, it really doesn't make sense for us to do that. So these are kind of you order them, and we send them to you, and we make them. So the Big and Camp chair is back at rickandbubba.com under the store, and you'll see that out on our social media today. It's on our Facebook page now and all that if you want to click on it. So if you want the Big and chair, it's there. All right, so now we move from, hey, here's what's going on with science and the ongoing battle of, trying to keep you from getting COVID, or if you do get it, you won't have a tough time. The next thing we need to take on is the demonizing and the politicizing of treatments. Hey, no matter whether I was vaccinated or not, I now have it. Now what? And so we the way we treat this, we've changed as we figured it out over time. The days of, and somebody told me their doctor is still telling them this, and I was like, the days of take some cold medicine, go home, and let us know if it gets really bad. I'm not for that game plan anymore.
No.
I'm gonna start treating it if I come down positive again. But then we get into the politicizing of treatments you're only allowed. So we have Joe Rogan, who is a
top podcaster in the country, Rick.
Don't you think he owns the category of podcasts? I mean, can't nobody touch it.
Yeah, he's getting paid $120 million a year to do it.
Yep, there you go. So he has contracted COVID. Is this his first time to get it, or is he a variant guy?
I'm not sure.
Had it before,
but anyway, I think this is the first time he's had it.
Yeah, I don't think he's had it.
Okay, so
remember he got in trouble because he said kids shouldn't take the vaccine. Remember, everybody attacked him.
Yeah, how dare you?
Because of the survival rate.
Yeah, how dare him say that with the experimental. But anyway, so who has this? Adler? Adler, here's Joe Rogan talking about what he did when he got COVID.
Hello, friends. So I got back from the road Saturday night, feeling very weary. I had a headache, and I just felt run down. And just to be cautious, I separated from my family, slept in a different part of the house. And throughout the night, I got fevers and sweats, and I knew what was going on. So I got up in the morning, got tested, and turns out I got COVID. So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it, all kinds of meds, monoclonal antibodies, ivermectin, Z-Pak, prednisone, everything. And I also got an NAD drip and a vitamin drip, and I did that 3 days in a row. And so here we are on Wednesday, and I feel great. I really only had one bad day. Sunday sucked, but Monday was better. Tuesday felt better than Monday, and today I feel good.
So there it is. The only thing that he threw in there, though, he did go get a Z-Pak.
Yeah, the last stuff,
kitchen sink.
The last study I saw said the steroids were not good early on. It's almost like a two-half football game that you need that in the second half, but not the first half.
But anyway, it probably didn't matter since he was doing the infusion, ivermectin, and everything else.
Yeah.
So he just said, look, I threw every treatment at it that we had. And you know what you do then? Sometimes see what sticks.
Yeah,
but,
right.
But I would caution on the steroid thing based on things that we've heard from other doctors. And
we're not doctors. Discuss it with your own doctor, but that's what we're hearing.
And I want to be fair about this. And he may be perfectly fine, and that is my hope and my prayer. And maybe this all works the way that I've seen it work with other people too. But until he gets to the end of like day 12, you really don't know. because things can go south.
The second half, that day 7 or 8, and we've seen that, and unfortunately, we have a friend that lost a battle with COVID and was doing pretty well to that second half.
Well, in all fairness, now that one may be an exception because I don't know how that was handled, but so I'm not putting her in this group because I don't know whether what happened.
Right.
But from the things that I do know how they were handled, I haven't seen anybody have that second half crash that got aggressive about treating it on the front end. Most of the people that had the second half crash didn't do anything rather than just take cold medicines and vitamins and just kind of try to rest.
Right.
And then when it got bad,
There's definitely something about the viral loading on the front end, and I'll use stupid numbers because just for comparison. And I heard this a doctor talking about this the other day. He said, the alpha or the wild delta, you might have a viral count of 10. He said with the delta, we're seeing the number like 100.
Well, and I want to clarify that because you and I both didn't do anything with alpha, but take the vitamins and take the cold medicines, and we were fine. I'm strictly talking about the variant.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because you and I didn't take any treatments on the alpha, and I did fine. Other than the
No,
stuff.
I was scheduled to get the monoclonal antibody, but it was like Christmas Eve when they decided to get it, and they were already booked, couldn't get it. We're having trouble.
Yeah.
And it was going to be like 3 days before I could get it because of Christmas. And by the day I was scheduled to get it, I was already much better. So
yeah. So
we didn't get it.
I didn't do like nothing. I took all the zinc and I took all the vitamin D.
Yeah. Oh, I took enough vitamin D and C to light up a Christmas tree.
But I didn't. But Bubba and I didn't have an infusion or ivermectin or even hydroxychloroquine.
No.
But that was with alpha.
Right.
The delta seems to be a little more.
Yeah, it has a stronger, and I think that's where that at least the proponents of ivermectin, and now there is a coalition pushing this, by the way, because they think it's been politicized. They're saying that front end loading is the key. That that while the virus is multiplying rapidly the first few days you've got it, if you can put some control rods in there, then your own immune system has a much better fight. And that's what they say, and I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but that's what the coalition is saying.
As far as Rogan's history of having it, as far as I understand, he's been getting so much heat for just having guests in person and all kinds of stuff over the last few years, or over the last year, whatever, however long it's been. I have no idea. Time isn't real anymore since the pandemic.
Right. About 19 months.
So what he's been doing is he's been getting tested, and every guest has been getting tested before each guest comes on, and so he's been really, really strict about that. And some guests have actually found out that they had the antibodies just from getting a test with him.
Oh, wow.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. Dr. Lou visits this hour, so look forward to that. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Mr. Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba, where we're all trying to get through life together.
Bubba, we have an update. In this, how about this? A win for America today.
What?
A win for America.
Oh, those are rare.
We don't get a lot of wins. Are you sure?
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Well, if you remember the state of California and L.A. County, they tried every way they could to enforce a ban on indoor worship with Grace Community Church in Sun Valley, California. You know, if you're going to go out and pick a battle, your opponent is always very, very important, who you're going to pick if you want to win. If you wanted to go out and ban somebody's indoor worship, putting John MacArthur in your crosshairs is probably not the way to go, because he's willing to fight. And he said that certainly he did not ignore the fact that he's not one of these people who says COVID's not real. He didn't try to pray for God to blow it away or anything like that. He did say he felt like that he believes in a sovereign God, and he believes that we are called to worship corporately. People can make their own decisions. He and his wife both got alpha COVID during the time. They got through it okay. And he said, but there is an update. And Bubba...
How was he treated, Rick? Do we know?
Knowing MacArthur, he probably was not treated in any way, shape, or form. But anyway, finally, the state of California and L.A. County has said to Grace Community Church, no mas.
No mas.
We give up. Okay, we can't beat you. By the way...
Now, this is when they were trying to shut down the church from meeting.
Correct.
And had threatened MacArthur's church, had... they were pulling all kind of stunts. They were trying to get a lease agreement with a parking lot they had canceled. All this stuff. I mean, literally coming in, chaining the door kind of stuff.
Right.
And they sued them back.
So he was clarifying some things in his last Sunday message. He wanted everybody to understand what's true and what's not true, which we all have to do now. He said some of the reporting you're going to see is going to not give this correctly. But anyway, here's the bottom line. By the way, if you are a taxpayer in California, I want you to know that you lost over $1 million in legal fees while they were trying to shut down a church, just so you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so when you're short getting potholes fixed on your street, know that a bunch of lawyers chasing a bad case went away with that money.
Yep. So anyway, so the state of California said, all right, here's the deal. If you'll stop defending yourself, and we want to end this attempt to shut you down. We want to end the lawsuit of you saying that because of your constitutional right we can't, and that supersedes anything our little county or our little state wants to do. So they have settled the county and California $400,000, I think, apiece. And what MacArthur wanted everyone to know is the church is not going to receive that money. He said because the Thomas More Society steps in, and they're one of these groups that defends religious liberty.
Right.
And he said they do that for free. They have not charged us a dime, but it does cost them money to do all they do to defend us. So the money that the court has agreed to accept as a settlement will go to them, not to the church.
So they're going to make a donation to them. They're not being charged for their legal service, but they feel like it is valuable. And to keep those guys working and doing what they do, they're going to make a donation of this payment to them.
Yeah, he said that he just felt like that this was a way, the word he used was to reimburse them for all the money they've spent defending them. So anyway, he did talk about, Bubba, the study that we mentioned last hour. He brought up the study out of Israel, and he says, once again, what we have found is the natural immunity that God has designed is the greatest protection. And he said, and this is being confirmed, which I find interesting. He didn't mention this, of all places, from Israel.
Yeah, I know.
But anyway, so he...
Should we take note of that?
Right. Mm-hmm. And he said the study suggested those who recover from COVID-19 have more immunity than people who didn't get it and got the vaccine. He said if you had it before and get the vaccine, also it helps the vaccine to do even a better job. So your natural immunity seems to be something worth celebrating. And he said, and this was the line that everybody laughed about. He talked about isolation is the wrong thing to do. Shutdown's the wrong thing to do. He says God has a way of taking care of us as we love each other and share our own germs. so and that kind of got a laugh from the congregation. And then he moved into why we're in the state we are in our leadership, but I'll save that for another day. Because I noticed there was still like about 3 minutes left on the video. I'm like, well, what's he going to talk about now? And suddenly he says, now let me weigh in on the state of our leadership right now. And I went, oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
To make your point, and I don't want to dig into this too deep because there's really too many points in this, but I had a great conversation one time with an oncologist, and we were discussing how the immune system works and all this because it plays in large to cancer and stuff. And we were talking about how they know now that once, say, you're married and you are living with your spouse and you are intimate with your spouse, how you become your immune systems begin to interact with each other, and that you are protected from various things. And I mean, it just reemphasized what the Bible had taught all along about, marriage and the sanctity of that and why that was important. Yeah. Because you are protected from some things with your spouse that you normally wouldn't be protected with if you were in another environment where it was just, hey, anything goes.
All right, wait a minute.
Is that a good way to sum all that?
Yeah, I need to mark this down in our podcast. What time did I?
You set up too, by the way, a study that also has just been done, and I want to tell you on that note, Bubba, you just reminded me of something. Where is it?
It actually, the discussion came out of a story in Hollywood, and I was inquiring about it, and he had enlightened me to a lot of this about how the family, even to a larger degree, their immune systems begin to interact and keep them safe from each other.
Right. Yeah. No. And well, I can't find it, but there was an op-ed that was just done. I shouldn't say study that was just done, and it was talking about. Just what you said, God designed this intimacy that you speak of for husbands and wives within the blessing and the holiness of marriage. And a person has done some research, and they were sharing, because of everything you just said, that this intimacy by us has been taken so casually, and it's extremely damaging when it's taken that way because you can't turn its power off. So when you think it's no big deal and it's just all about, let's have a good time and all that, no, there's a connection in something that's broken and something that is produced by this that is powerful, and it's powerfully damaging when you aren't doing it the way God said as well.
It is possible.
That's kind of the summary of it.
I'm going to give you a scenario here, and I know this sounds terribly outdated and unwoke and all that stuff, but it is possible that some of the rules that God has given us is strictly based on the way He designed us and the physical world that we live in. The whole plan was not to steal everybody's fun. It was actually to give you more fun and keep you safe.
Well, it's interesting that
it's kind of like don't play in the road.
Exactly.
When you're a kid. I know the road looks attractive out there. It's asphalt, got lines on it, and you think, I've got this whole yard. Why can't I run out in the road and play out there? Well, there's danger out there. There's a reason we say stay in the yard.
Yep. And that's if you see this from the fact that God has laid out these things because He loves us, not because He's trying to be a killjoy.
Yeah.
And you if you have children, isn't that the way you lay out the things that you lay out?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
you don't say don't stick your finger in the electric socket because I'm trying to steal your fun.
Right. Yeah.
You're going. That's a useful thing.
Right.
And we have to have it. Don't abuse it.
Right.
Yeah. Because it'll hurt.
Yep.
And it'll only give you a headache.
16 minutes past. 866 We Be Big is our number. We got Dr. Luke coming up, so why don't we go phone calls right here? Is he right here at the bottom?
Bottom.
All right, so let's go phone calls here and instead of chasing something else before he gets in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll talk with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Dr. Lou, his season debut coming up next segment. Wheel of Meat will spin at some point today, so be aware of that too. Let's start with Robert out of the great state of Georgia. Robert gets us started. Robert, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead. How are you?
Doing good, guys. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Just want to weigh on the comment about marriage. The very first thing that God designed and ordained was the family in the book of Genesis through Adam and Eve. And I do believe that marriage is a sanctity that God has given us. And the next commandment he gave them was to be fruitful and multiply, and that was the first commandment given to the family. We've gotten so far away from that in today's age, but I agree with you guys that there is a power in that. There is a danger in abusing that, and I think we're beginning the effects of that in these generations.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously, I think, psychological issues too, but this came from an oncologist, so I mean, he's pretty much up on all that stuff.
But you're right.
That's not Bubba saying that. That's an oncologist saying.
Yeah, and I would say that to all of you.
What's wrong with you?
Especially with all the different things you're hearing out there in the world right now, in the world of chaos, that God has evolved and He's this, that, and if you, and I've had so many people that have helped me grow spiritually that said, when you're studying Scripture, go find the very first time that God addresses any topic, and you'll find the most clarity there. And then the rest of it, he just keeps on coming back to it. And it's real simple when he established family and established marriage, and it's really, really clear. And once you see that original commentary on it, then you go, well, let me look at the rest of the Scriptures. Oh, wait a minute, this standard never changes.
Yeah, and Rick, you know what I've compared it to? I know you'll get a laugh out of this. Space Mountain at Disney. When you ride Space Mountain,
see that coming.
When you ride Space Mountain, you go, wow, that's quite a ride. When you see it in that room with the lights on, you go, wow, this is so much more complicated and wonderfully designed than I had any idea.
Yes.
I call it the Space Mountain example.
Yes, you do. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Let's go to David in the great state of Alabama. David, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey guys, how you going?
Good.
We're good.
I was just going to ask if y'all saw where the Supreme Court upheld Texas heartbeat bill, and I was going to ask y'all. That's a good start, but do y'all think the people on the Supreme Court who say that they're Christians have the gall, have the fear of God, to go even further and say, hey, killing a baby in the womb is wrong, period, and just get rid of Roe v. Wade?
Well, here's what you're going to have, okay? I think it's going to be a little more complicated than the way you described it, but here's where we're going for. Roe v. Wade was bad legislation based on our Constitution. I'm not even discussing abortion. I'm talking about the way they ruled on it, okay? So what you had was the conservative justices, without the Chief Justice, by the way, saying they wouldn't hear the case on the Texas law. They have other cases coming their way that they're going to get to rule on more direct that will cover this. But you do see the trail of what some Republicans have left, Donald Trump, and some of the justices, Daddy Bush, and them ruling, which I think constitutionally is right. See, this privacy issue and abortion just was made up. They just drew that out of the air. They just, hey, we're just going to make that part of the Constitution. It wasn't in there. So what does the Constitution say? If it is not in there specifically laid out, it goes to the states. And from a constitutional standpoint, this issue should be argued, debated, and decided at the state. Now, obviously, I'm against abortion, okay, as a birth control. But the states need to decide that individually as a constitutional republic, okay? Roe v. Wade just took the Constitution, just wadded it up. It was bad law. It was bad law then. It's bad law now. This needs to be decided at the state level. And then we can have our fight and our argument whether it's appropriate or not. But no way, no how did the federal government have the right to declare Roe v. Wade. It was crazy. Yep. They just shredded the Constitution because they wanted to do it. A bunch of liberals wanted to do it. So I think this court has said, no, we're not going to interfere in Texas. It's going to be a state issue, and I hope that's eventually what they rule on.
Yeah. So if you don't know the update on that, the Supreme Court denied an emergency appeal request on the heartbeat law that Governor Abbott and his legislation passed.
Yeah, it basically would say no abortion on demand for birth control after a heartbeat is detected, and that's about 6 weeks into the process.
Right. And so the people hollering, we must have an emergency appeal. The Supreme Court said you don't get it.
Yeah, 5-4.
Right.
With all the conservatives voting not to hear it. Judge Roberts going with the liberals, which we've known all along he is and continues to move that way.
I don't know what his deal is, but maybe we'll know one day.
Yeah, somebody's got pictures of him.
BJ in Alabama. BJ, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, Bubba. Hey, this is BJ. That's a Bucky Jr. Hey, I just got to ask you said talking about being intimate with your wife.
I can't. Okay.
Was that his version of Dippin' Dan?
Well, he said Bucky Jr.
Okay, is that what it was?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. But Rick, it was kind of like
couldn't tell
trying
what
to
he
cross the rope bridge across the great cliff, and you see boards are missing. You go, this is not a good.
Well,
we shouldn't go over this.
First
bridge.
of all, you already start out in real trouble with me when I realize you're trying to do a character. Okay, if you're trying to do a character, it better be a killer. Okay,
yeah.
And then when you started to broach the topic of what you were going to take on, I made a decision there that when I heard the topic that would be attempted in a person trying to do a character, that was a recipe, like you said, for disaster. The bridge just didn't. I didn't like those boards missing. I didn't like any of that.
The rope looked bad. Frayed everywhere.
Let's go to Mark in Silicaga. Mark, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead,
Mark.
Hey guys, good morning. I just want to say roll tide, and I love y'all very much. And that about this COVID thing. Listen, if y'all are not covering up your snot box, you're not doing no good.
Dr. Lou, just moments away. Let's go to Nate in Ozark. Nate, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Fired up.
We are dandy.
I'm ready, Nate. Put me in the game.
Hey, I just wanted to throw this on the radar. I don't know if you guys have seen Russia's been beefing up their military on the Tajikistan and Uzbekistan border.
Yep.
I was wondering if you guys had any opinion on that, if they're going to be trying to push in and get some of the toys we left behind.
Well, if I looked and saw this opportunity and I was Russia and I saw the state of our leadership and I see all these things laying around, you think Bubba and I, if you left some food behind, we wouldn't show up to get some?
Mm-hmm. I usually don't eat off other people's plate in the restaurant, but I've thought about it.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me in the least. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
been a while. It has been a while since the Rick and Bubba show has heard from college football expert Dr. Lou, but he is standing by and ready for this weekend.
Hello, Spurgeon and Bono. My goodness, Charles and Chaz, it's been 525,600 minutes since I've seen you guys fat behinds. No, actually, guys, seriously, it's been 1,051,200 minutes, 2 full years since I've been here with you guys. Can you believe that? Guys, but it's time to fire up the grill. It's time to whip out that Conecuh sausage, throw those chicken wings in the smoker, grab those footballs by the skin, and get this 2021 college football season underway. Yeah! College football! College football! College football! College football! And while we're at it, let's kick COVID right in the pigskin because no one likes him.
Nobody likes
Get off the stage, COVID-19. You're terrible. No one likes you, Delton. You either mute. Get off the stage, man. Corona? More like Corona. Real talk, guys. I think I speak for all of college football nation in saying that I am psyched out of my mind about college football being back in full force.
Yes.
By far, the most exciting aspect of this 2021 season is the return of full-capacity stadiums. You guys heard about this. A lot of fans going to be finding in stadiums. There's just nothing like having rowdy fans back in the stands. I don't know about y'all, but for me, watching college football without fans in the stands, it was as torturous as listening to the Rick and Bubba show when Rick and Bubba are absent. Sports czars! Sports czars! Sports czars! Canceled! Dr. Lou! Ruthless, Lou. Pipe down, Doc. You've only been here 5 minutes. Guys, one person who is very unhappy about fans returning to the bleachers is the high priest of health. You guys know him, Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure if you've heard this, but he is actually launching a new initiative for this football season to keep campus crowds COVID-free. Did you hear about this?
No.
Yes, this campaign's called Fauci University, or what he's calling it, Fauci U. Fauci U. Okay, guys?
Yep.
Great like that.
Now, guys, what I'd like to do here, Rick and Bubba, is unpack the recommendations that Dr. Fauci is proposing in his Fauci U campaign.
Okay.
All right? So, and I'm reading this verbatim from Dr. Fauci. but I really wasn't going to do his voice, but I think I am now.
I think I'm going to give it a shot.
Because vaccination rates remain low in the Southeast, all SEC fans must remain seated during football matches, especially in moments of heightened emotions after penalty kickoffs.
It's more like Elmer Fudd.
Yeah. The Wascally Wabbit.
Or Bill Clinton, whichever.
Yeah, you're right. That's some of that there.
Here's the second piece of guidance in Dr. Fauci's Fauci U college football campaign. Mm-hmm. SEC fans, I'm just going to go with my voice now.
I think thank you.
SEC fans must remain silent. In order to do so, we ask that you ignorant rednecks ball up a mask in your hands and shove it into your mouths until you begin choking on it.
Dr. Fauci.
Wow. That's right, guys. It's a proven fact. You follow the science that you can't speak when you've got linen lodged in your larynx.
Well, that's true.
Say that again.
Wow.
Lastly, in Dr. Fauci's college football health campaign, I'm quoting Dr. Fauci here. While I personally love the spread formation on the field, let's all be careful not to run the super spreader formation off the field.
Super spreader!
Guys, he'll be here all week.
Yeah.
And next week. And the next week. With more conflicting information for all of us.
Yeah.
And I think I can say this. Fauci, 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 said it! Speaking of conflicting information, how about How about our new president, Joe Biden?
Isn't he something?
He's dynamic, isn't he? Or unique or special, whatever adjective you want to use. But I think we can all agree on one thing, no matter our political affiliation, that it is often quite difficult to translate what President Biden is actually saying.
It really is. It's
But I've got some good news for you guys. I've got some good news. White House correspondents have confirmed that one of the best translators in the business, Kirk Herbstreit, will join Joe Biden on stage this fall to interpret his broken rant.
I didn't think of that. That's a great idea.
The White House went on to say, if you can speak Corso, you can speak Biden.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Ricky Bubba, some wild news from this past week coming out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Guys, as it turns out, LSU officials confirmed that in order to attend a game in Tiger Stadium this year, you will have to be vaccinated or show proof of a negative test. Did you hear this?
Yeah, I did.
Negative test.
Yeah, we did hear that.
Guys, Cajuns will be relieved to know, though, that the negative test policy will only apply to COVID and not STDs.
No!
Greg loved that one.
Oh, yeah. Hey, wait a minute.
Watch it.
Come on.
Fauci.
The Fauci campaign. Now, speaking of negative tests, guys, I'm uber impressed with the vaccination rate of the defending national champions, the Alabama Crimson Tide. At last count, all but one of their players have been vaccinated, which greatly loosens SEC protocols around testing and mask wearing for the Tide. Now, I reached out to Coach Nick Saban to get his thoughts on the lone player that hasn't rolled up his sleeve, and Nick told me this. He's being a dumb vax and needs to get his vax off the field. He's got to get his vax off the field. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Nice.
Vaccine, vaccine, vaccine. Take it.
I love the fountain on the table.
It's almost like Dr. Lou hadn't had any sleep.
No,
I know. 45 full minutes last night, guys.
I think Lou likes a chant as much as we do.
Yeah.
More. Don't you like a chant?
Guys, I love a chant.
But he never knows when we're going to join in or not.
Yeah.
Speaking of getting his vax off the field, how about Tim Tebow, guys?
Oh,
you know what I mean? Yeah. Boy, he tainted my memories with his bleak showing in what appears to be his final appearance on the football field as a player in this preseason game with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I asked Tim about this uncharacteristic performance, just really bleak, and he told me, and I quote, I didn't have my best game, Lou. I whiffed a couple of blocks, and as a result, I sniffed a couple of butts. I guess you could say it was a stinky performance.
Yeah, that's terrible. You guys know. That's awful. You gotta leave. You're on such a roll, too. You're on a roll. You're on a roll.
No sleep.
Oh my goodness. Guys, how can we talk college football without talking NIL? This name, image, and likeness deal that happened over the summer is a game changer for the landscape of college football. As you probably heard, Coach Saban insinuated that presumed Crimson Tide quarterback Bryce Young has raked in nearly $1 million from endorsements, and this guy is yet to take a snap as a starter. Well, guys, I went and asked Bryce about this large sum of money and how it's changed his life, and he told me, Lou, I'm living like the unemployed right now. I haven't done a thing except sit on my rear, but I'm making it rain those dollar bills, yo. Lazy, 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 pay him. Guys, another piece of monumental news here, Rick and Bubba. Nebraska is coming to the SEC.
No,
Nebraska is coming to the SEC.
That's somebody.
Commissioner Sankey nailed it, man. He kept that secret like a pro.
So good.
Guys, before we go to break, I do have to share with you a peculiar vision I just had recently.
Oh no.
Vision.
Not a vision.
Leprechaun.
Last week, I dozed off on my leather couch, and before I knew it, there I was on the 50-yard line of Soldier Field in Chicago, inside of a humble little home that had been built there just a week before at midfield. There I was, chilling like a villain, eating Chick-fil-A, a #1 with a lemonade. Then a tiny Then a tiny little brown-skinned leprechaun named Yay. He came over to me with his earbuds on, and he jumped on my lap and said, "Daddy, my name's Yee, not Yay." He said, "Papa, where's my mama Donda?"
Oh no! Oh my goodness!
No sleep.
We've had several gridiron gatherings listening out for her. When is she going to come out? He said. Then I walked out the front door of the house onto the 35-yard line and handed little Yay a tiny leather football. He scurried down the sidelines in some horrendous sandals.
Some horrendous sandals?
To the 30, the 20, the 10, all the way into the end zone. Then a herd of 60,000 sheep began saying, "Bah, bah, here's our cash. Let us see your sandal stash." That's when I woke up, and it was clear to me that this means the University of Notre Dame Fighting Irish is about to whip out the sandals and kick some serious cash.
Hey, Dr. Lou, boy, you came out of the gate. I mean, smoke. Blazing. We'll come back. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. Dr. Lou is back. 2 years? 2 years?
2 full years, Rick.
How about that? More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. SimplySafeBubba.com, the burglar busting protection for your home or small business. Let me tell you something, folks. The team at SimplySafeBubba.com, they are committed and they have a passion for making sure that you feel secure in your home or in your business. They're right there. They're ready to talk to you. That interactive monitoring that they do, only $15 a month. Someone's always there to help you with whatever situation that you may find yourself in. It really is a peace of mind. You install it yourself. Don't have to wait on an installer to come. It's inexpensive. It's not intrusive. You move, you can take it with you. If you're renting, you can have a security system. SimplySafeBubba.com. We're going to save you 20% on your security system, and you will get your first month free when you sign up for the interactive monitoring service. First month will be at no charge. So do that now by going to SimplySafeBubba.com, or you can also find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Dr. Lou's debut for the season. We did not know this. Dr. Lou has never spun the wheel of meat.
Guys, it's time for me to spin that meat wheel.
That's right. Go, Lou. Get over there and spin it, Lou. Dr. Lou moves to the wheel of meat.
Come on, give it a try.
The real Greg Burgess moves to the drum kit. We have now got Harry Murdahl on the phones. Eddie Van Adler is standing by, Speedy helping Dr. Lou get ready. And your phone calls are coming in. The Wheel of Meat, of course, HarryandDavid.com provides the meat. 1-800-Flowers.com provides the beautiful flowers. Moultrie provides the feeder. Cord Buddy has the learning system. Rick and Bubba's store's got some cool stuff on the board. Buzzbox Coffee, Blaze TV, it's all there.
The lights are not on.
Uh-oh.
What's happening?
What's happened to our lights, Dr. Lou?
Somebody kicked the plug out.
The Fauci touch it?
There it
Guys, the Fauci You campaign must be working.
All right, so there it is. Lou, get over
the
at that.
lights are backing at it.
All right, so Lou, they're going to call and they're going to tell you. Do you know what you're waiting for? What they have to say?
Wow, what a meat wheel!
Yeah, you're good. All right, so we'll get started with Allison in Grove Hill, Alabama. Allison, what do you say to Dr. Lou?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let it rip, Lou. Let it rip.
What a good spin for Dr. Lou right out of the gate.
Let's see if we can get Allison a winner here. That's good. That's good spin, Lou. Hand of Truth loves it. Yeah! Flowers, flowers, flowers. Smell it. So there you go, Allison. Would you like to have a beautiful bouquet of multicolored roses, 24 red roses, or vibrant summer lily bouquet?
Vibrant summer lily.
Yeah, there it is. All right, we'll put you on hold, and 1-800-Flowers.com will send those right to you. Thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba. Let's go to Howard out of Gadsden, Alabama. Howie, listening to us on Z93. How you doing, buddy?
Great. How you doing today?
Good. What do you say to Dr. Lou?
Wow, what a field, Doc.
What a wheel. Dang, baby. Howard, be careful. Back where it all began, Bubba, Gadsden, Alabama.
The city of champions.
The city of champions. Oh, yeah. Yo! Flowers, flowers, flowers. Smell it. Man, you got close to a spatula.
Oh, one click away.
Multicolored roses or 24 red roses? Howard?
Howard, come
Howard?
back.
I don't want no flowers. I'll take Malta.
Howard, where'd you go?
We lost Howard, guys. I'm sorry. All right, we'll continue.
Maybe Howard will call back.
Let's go to Opelika, where Jennifer is standing by. Jenny, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Good. What do you say to Dr. Lou?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's do this. All right, here we go. Let's see. Come on. Let's see what happens here. Jennifer. Jennifer. Oh, Jennifer. Oh, my goodness. I mean,
no.
Come on,
We're all so excited,
You
too.
ain't even. Jennifer. It landed on Can't Have Nothing. I'm so sorry. I mean, hey.
Oh, that's so.
Hey, even when Dr. Lou's on there, and and down here watching on YouTube from Lake Mitchell, you can't have nothing. So let's continue. Let's see if we can get ourselves. Do you think that's Reed there? Reed?
Yeah.
Reed, Birmingham, Alabama. Listen to us on ZZK. Reed, what do you say to Dr. Lou?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go. Let's get this meat going.
Come on, Dr. Lou. Spin us some meat.
Let's get some meat. Hey.
Do it for week 1.
Do it for week 1. All right. Let's see, Reed. Oh, yeah. Chord buddy, strum it. A chord buddy learning system. Yes, strum it. You did it, buddy. Congratulations. I do have to ask you this uncomfortable question. With which hand do you strum?
Righty.
Righty. All right, so you'll get the Chord Buddy learning system. You'll be playing day 1, an instruction book, free app lesson plan videos, and a Chord Buddy songbook with over 100 songs. So we'll put you on hold, and Chord Buddy will send that right to you. Okay, buddy? Did I just say buddy again?
All right, appreciate it.
Okay, Reed. There we go. Can we get Heath in here?
Yeah, we got
Heath. Well, you're the last one. Heath. Heath, what do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, here we go, Lou.
I tell you, old buddy Rich is getting better over there, isn't he?
Yes.
He's getting a lot of practice with all this.
That's what reps will do for you. Reps always help. All right, Heath, let's see what we got.
We got to have a big winner to end on.
Come on, Heath. Oh, yeah, this looks good. Yeah. T-shirt, wear it. Well, how about that, Heath? You get a Rick and Bubba T-shirt from the Rick and Bubba store. We're going to put you on hold. All you have to do is tell Harry Murdahl your size and which Rick and Bubba shirt you want. You can get any of them. If we got it, we'll send it to you. So just tell him which Rick and Bubba shirt you want. We'll put it in the mail, and then you wear it proudly and send us a picture of it, okay?
Thank you very much. Have a blessed day.
You too, Heath. Thank you, Dr. Lou, for spinning that wheel. Top of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Burgess. It is a brand new hour, 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Check rickandbubba.com in the store, the old Biggin camp chair. We put that out there, got some response to it, took it out of the store for a while, and a lot of you have asked for it to come back. For your tailgating, for watching your kids play, for cooking out, hanging out, that wonderful time of year. And you can get yours again now by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, order it from the store, and we'll get those start shipping right out to you. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Butsy. Hello.
We're glad to be here, and we're glad to host Dr. Lou.
Dr. Lou.
Guys, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I'm pumped up about college football. Being back here, saw the Jacksonville State Jaguars get whipped up last night.
They did. Oh, boy.
Unfortunately, versus the UAB Buccaneers.
Yeah.
They looked fantastic last night. UAB, and they down at the Crampton Bowl down in Montgomery, where Burr Ingram, my dad, he just run for some touchdowns. Football down there, 6 touchdowns, 1 game, something like that. It was fun watching on ESPN.
Well said.
Yeah,
I can't add much to
Well
that.
said.
That's the way I'd sum it up, guys. We got a game tonight that's be sort of fun to watch. Got the North Carolina Tar Heels playing the Virginia Tech Cavaliers tonight.
Okay.
So
Yeah, them too.
So,
Virginia Tech, North Carolina. Here's I didn't look at anything about this game, so I'm predicting the number 10 North Carolina Cavaliers will win this game.
Well, it's one of those weird things. If you go back through college football history, you would think that Virginia Tech should be the favorite, but modern day, apparently, the two programs are heading in two different directions. So the experts seem to think North Carolina is much better than Virginia Tech. So I don't know. I assume they are.
Well, with Frank Beamer and Roy Williams heading up here, this it's gonna be a great game. And guys, then we got of course Joe Paterno taking tomorrow morning,
right.
11 a.m. Joe Paterno taking his Penn State and Indy Lions out on the field against the number 12 Wisconsin Badgers.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't know much about this game either.
Yeah. I don't. It's been so long. So who knows? Greg, you say you can't watch Wisconsin for some reason. I don't know why. Yes, and it's 11 o'clock game. Will you give me anything on 11?
Yeah, I'll look.
I mean, there's one.
And that's Saturday, not tomorrow.
That's tomorrow, yeah. That's right, yeah. Saturday, that's right, guys. 45 minutes of sleep last night. That's real.
That's real.
That is real stuff.
Yeah, so I don't know about that game. Apparently, our updates of breaking down games will consist a lot of we really don't know because we haven't been following the tapes.
But how about this one? We all know about this one. 2:30 p.m. on Saturday, we got the Alabama Crimson Tide facing the Miami Hurricanes at Mercedes Stadium, and where the Atlanta Falcons play over in Atlanta because they are the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, that works out well for them.
It does. 45 minutes,
guys. When 4 or 5. I predict Julio Jones will actually suit up for the Crimson Tide since he's an Atlanta Falcon, and they will win 74-2.
74-2.
We've had a lot of hurricanes in the news lately, and Ida did a lot of damage, but I feel like the Hurricane Saturday's going to fall a little flat.
Yeah, guys, the Alabama defense, 37 safeties, and then the Miami defense get 1. So
okay.
74-2.
I think I would be. I mean, I'm glad there's
That's
a matchup.
one way to look at it.
I'm glad it's a matchup, but the way Alabama has been playing lately, and the way they acted like a pandemic didn't even exist, I think I would rather see them actually play the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah,
I mean,
wouldn't that be good?
I think it would probably be more entertaining to watch that matchup than the Miami Hurricanes. Real talk here, guys. I think that this game is going to be over by halftime.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
That's real talk.
That's a real talk. That's straight from my eyeballs to your bald heads.
Indiana, Iowa. It's we love the Heartland, and both of them, ranked the top 25. I mean, if you look at the Penn State-Wisconsin matchup, top 25. Indiana, Iowa, top 25.
Mm-hmm.
Alabama, Miami, top 25.
Yeah, some good games.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
Georgia, Clemson.
Yeah, Georgia,
Clemson.
Clemson.
Top
10,
there.
baby.
Mm-hmm. Top 5.
Yeah, top
5 and 3.
5 and 2 or 3.
Yeah, you're right.
3.
5 and 3. So who's ranked 2? Ohio State.
I think it's Ohio State or Oklahoma.
Rick, as a matter of fact, Alabama is ranked 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, they really? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, I think probably the most.
Just a lot of people don't think they can do it.
I would think on Saturday the most interesting game is definitely Georgia-Clemson.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Guys,
I think
has
Saban
Alabama.
could have his second team play, and they'd be ranked too.
It's Alabama, Oklahoma, Clemson, Ohio State, Georgia, top 5.
Guys, Deshaun Watson's still looking for a team to fall on. I think he may end up back on the Clemson Tigers, end up on the field on Saturday against Nick Chubb and Herschel Walker, and that killer backfield is Georgia Bulldogs. guys, you need
Dr. Lou, you are on top of it.
Guys, you need to watch out for the Auburn Tigers with Brian Harsin down there. He's saying they got more chemistry than Bill Bubba Bussey and Deborah Burks.
That's it. That's my favorite of the day, right there. So well done.
Oh, full of George, you're out.
Yeah, don't say another word. Just go ahead and
Go get some sleep.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh,
right.
Wow, Dr. Lou can go
Something
on
about that wig. That wig bouncing. Hey, on that note, is Auburn's coach even able to be at the game? Is he still in quarantine?
He's cleared by now, isn't he?
Is he? How long ago was that?
Bubba, we go to you.
About 5.
I have not.
I think he'll be back, and the defensive coordinator was also out with that.
Yeah.
So they've had quite a few people hit with it.
Did you quarantine them at your lake house?
No, I didn't. No, I just. I just read the news.
Oh,
like
wow,
everybody else.
no. Wait a minute.
Uh-oh. We do have a warning for tomorrow night. Since we're going to be off tomorrow and it's a best of show, it has to be a day early. We will now let 2 groups of fans know that you've been given Beth Mowins play-by-play by ESPN for your game.
You've been blessed with this.
It's going to be 8 p.m. Central Time. I'm so sorry if you are a fan of Northwestern or Michigan State because you have been handed Beth Mowins.
No, Mama's looking forward to it. Hey, how's it going, Lou?
So is Daddy.
It's good to see you. You know, I would call a little play. You're quite an influence on me and how they roll. Tonight, I'll be looking forward to being Wildcats, Northwestern Wildcats, and picking up yards.
I've never been so happy that I go to bed at 8 o'clock.
Bubba, you know who the Wildcats are playing? Sparty.
Sparty?
Yeah, Michigan State Sparty. I mean, Wildcats and Sparty.
I tell you what, I hope Chandler Cox makes an appearance.
Yeah, I've been following Chandler Cox. Hey, what about those Gamecocks last night?
I tell you what, the Gamecocks and the University of Notre Dame Fighting Irish and our Arkansas Razorbacks seem to be my favorites in my polls this year. They're best.
I actually heard a funny joke from Dr. Burks.
Oh, really?
She asked me if I knew if a rooster could lay an egg.
Again in Montgomery.
All right, fans. 8 o'clock, Mama may be wound. 8 p.m. Getting close to Mama's bedtime. Be ready to go. College football. Be there. Beth Mowins.
All right, so before we go, we do want to say congratulations to Lance Ingram, former intern Firestone. And he and his wife, not unexpectedly, but came a little earlier than we thought. You guys just welcomed your beautiful daughter into the world yesterday.
It's a crazy story. We went in yesterday for a standard baby appointment, and it was 36 and a half weeks, and they said, hey, we're about to rock your world. You're staying here. You're not going home. Y'all are going to have your baby girl today. And yesterday at 4:04 p.m., we had a 6 pound, 1 ounce, 17 and a half inch baby girl with perfectly healthy lungs, perfectly healthy everything. And so my wife and I, we were expecting 2 weeks from now, and now we have a beautiful baby girl to take care of, and she stole all of our sleep last night. We legitimately had 45 minutes of sleep last night, and so I'm exhausted, but so full of joy, just because God. I told many people this yesterday. God has been too good to us. We have a healthy 6-year-old boy, Crew, healthy 3-year-old boy, Oakland, and now a healthy baby daughter, Natalie Reagan is her name.
Natalie Reagan is in the house.
She's in the house. She's in the hospital. Still in the hospital.
In the hospital house.
We'll be there for a couple more days. The people over at Grandview, the ladies there have been just exceptional, and we greatly appreciate them. And so we'll go back over there, eat some more chocolate cake for breakfast, probably. They got some good chocolate cake.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yep. And we'll relax this weekend and enjoy some football. War Eagle.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. September the 12th, ladies, I know you always want us to keep you updated if the ladies are out and about. The wives of the show, Sherry Burgess, will be speaking at Ladies' Night, First Baptist Church, Leeds, Alabama. So make plans. Go get your ticket for that. And upcoming events, I got a great evening. A lot of stuff going on for you ladies. Should be a great time of fellowship and hearing Sherry teach from the Word of God. So September 12th, Leeds, Alabama, the home of 104.7 WZZK. Bubba, I'll roll down on the 12th down toward the water. I'll be at West Mobile Baptist, Mobile, Alabama. We'll be doing a man church on September the 12th and kicking off the men's discipleship strategy there. So looking forward to seeing the men of West Mobile on the 12th. And then the 13th, I'll be in Waco, Texas, there for the Legacy Outfitters Fishers of Men banquet. Honored to be speaking to the men of Waco, Texas, coming up on September the 13th. On the 16th, I'll be in Fairhope, Alabama, at First Baptist Church there for a man church. Helmsley will be at First Baptist Church, Opelika, on the 23rd for a man church. That same day, I'll be at Lakeside Baptist in Birmingham, Alabama, for their man church. And then I'll be speaking at First Baptist Church in Chipley, Florida, coming up on September 26th. All those can be found at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices, excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. Bubba, look at this piece of video here. You know, we try to do a public service announcement on here about how stupid it is to be drunk. You know, we have a drunken man here that almost gets his head crushed after stumbling off one of Nashville's infamous pedal taverns into traffic. And look how close he gets to his head becoming a melon. All right, so in this piece of video, can I do audio, Adler, at all? All right, so look at this. Bam.
Oh,
wow. Hey, look at this right here.
Now, what is that he's sitting at? Right?
It looks like it's a little gathering, a little tavern they have there. Maybe a tavern that close to the road. It's almost like
it's on a trailer.
Is that one of them that they pedal?
Yeah, it is. Y'all.
If he had hit the ground a second and a half earlier, his head's on that front tire.
It's melon time.
Wow.
Look, see, this is why being drunk is stupid. I mean, you see how stupid that is?
He fell into the side of the car. If he'd have hit the ground before the car went by, he would have been.
Did you hear everybody there thinking they were about to see something absolutely horrific? Greg.
That could have been ugly.
Greg. Look, is it a good idea to pedal alcohol up there to the curb?
No, it's not. Really,
I just don't think it's.
And let me show you what he did. He didn't realize he had rubber legs. And watch it. Oh, rubber leg.
I got so bad.
He had no idea. He'd been sitting
so
there
bad.
throwing a few back.
It's bad. It
look,
still going.
He's up and he's going.
He waved at everybody.
I'm good. Get out of this stupid car. Yo!
So he's got him a couple of skint knees up.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey,
a real bad headache.
But
he got that noggin hung up in the front tire.
I love that there can't nobody talk to him now.
Yeah.
I'm leaving. I'm out.
Just stay. I want to see what I bet he falls again.
Wow, y'all, that's horrible.
That's real bad.
Don't have that next to traffic. And for some reason, I don't know why, O.J. Simpson continues to weigh in on Twitter. Okay, and
he's completely clueless.
And now he's going to weigh in on this situation with Cam Newton and the Patriots. And I don't know. Does anybody just say, "Well, I wonder if O.J. is going to let us"?
Well, I tell you, 900,000
unbelievable
Twitter followers wait.
But doesn't that tell you a lot?
It does.
It's
does.
exactly. Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you, it's entertaining.
A lot of it's that train wreck mentality.
No, you're right, and I understand it a little bit. Greg, because I'm watching it right now for that same reason.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. So here's
you're going. How can you be this clueless about how people feel about it?
And by the way, the glasses I'm getting are going to fit my face better than that.
I hope so, Rick. Those are small.
All right. Here we go.
Hey, Twitter world, it's me, yours truly. Well, today it's all about Cam Newton, and I got to admit, when this COVID-19 thing came up this past week, and I saw that he was going to miss 5 days of camp, I said, well, there goes the starting job, because this Mac Jones has been spectacular. And once Cam lost that starting job, I'm still a little surprised they let him go because it's not like they're paying him an exorbitant amount of money for a quarterback. But I don't think Cam is cut out to be the backup. I think as long as he's fighting for the job, he's going to be positive and on the sideline. Knowing he's the backup and has no chance of getting in the game unless this kid get hurt, because I don't see Mac Jones playing himself out of that position. I just don't get why any quarterback in the NFL, as important as they are to their team, won't go and get the shot. A lot of them won't even admit if they have it. You're exposed to the public. You're the star of the team. You got other players that you're playing against on the other team. Maybe one of those guys got it. He's tackling you. People are coming up for autographs. People are coming up to you at dinner. People want selfies. It just seems like it would be almost impossible not to get exposed at some point, during the year. And your team just can't afford to have you sitting out those 5 days. Cam is not Jameis Winston. Jameis set out a season, but he learned his craft during that time, watching Breeze, being coached by Sean Payton, and he knew he had a chance at being a starter. Right now, Cam's chance at being a starter maybe could be in Miami and possibly down in Houston, where I think he's a better version of Tyrod Taylor now that it appears that Watson won't be around. Anyway, come on, guys, especially you quarterbacks, go get the shots, tell the public you got it, and wear your mask.
Okay. I don't think the
PSA from
I don't think the vaccine community really wanted O.J. Simpson to be the voice of go get the shot.
I don't think so.
Aside from the vaccination argument, okay?
Yeah.
The points he's making about the quarterbacks and their role, that's the most sense I've heard O.J. make in a long time.
It's what he said football wise is that, and look, even what he said about
I understand and agree with that for the most part, especially in the starting quarterback job. But that's the most logic I've heard O.J. Now again, do we want to hear from O.J. given his past? But that's the most sense I've heard him make in a long time.
Yeah. We'll come back.
Sounds strange for me to say. I feel funny saying that.
I do too. I feel like the guy nearly fell into traffic.
Rick and Bubba.
Believe what I'm reading. Bubba, I've tried to go into the story and make it say something other than what it is saying. I don't know why I continue to be surprised.
The thinking and the logic here, Rick, is so twisted compared to what we grew up and were used to. It was really inconceivable.
It was, Bubba.
Until I've seen it on this paper.
Bubba, would you like for me to quote Gary Cooper again? Should this be a new Rick and Bubba shirt?
Yeah, we might need to get it put in stone.
Gary Cooper said in the Western Road to Cordero, I didn't see that one, I have outlived my kind and I have outlived my time. So San Francisco will pay people not to shoot each other. Okay, so
Rick, this is a new pilot program they're rolling out.
Who gets chosen? People that normally shoot people?
Well, I got this. They will pay high-risk individuals not to shoot anyone as gun crimes tick up in the city.
So they have to identify that you're a criminal. Yes. And then we're going to pay the criminal to not shoot people.
No, listen,
tell them
I've
not
got
to
it
steal
here.
while they're at it, too. And
Now,
give
get
them a little
this. The director of the Human Rights Commission, this is Cheryl Davis. I'm sure that's quite a job there.
Mm-hmm.
She told Newsweek magazine these small investments can transform the lives of individuals. They can also transform communities. The Dreamkeeper Fellowship will pay 10 individuals who are at high risk of being either on either end of a shooting, $300 a month not to be involved in a shooting crime.
What adult?
Well, I can tell you, Cheryl Davis. Cheryl Davis.
That is
the Dreamkeeper
unbelievable.
Fellowship.
Rick and some other people had to sign off on it. Is this just her proposal or is this an official thing?
I love the fact that
it's a pilot program.
But I love what you said. To get into this program, you have to either be kind of a high risk of being shot or shooting someone else.
So we're
the fellowship is being rolled out by the Human Rights Commission and Office of Economic and Workforce Development. Now, keep in mind all these groups we're talking about.
Sure.
It is funded through the Dreamkeeper Initiative, which is a San Francisco program that works to redirect funding into the black community. It will launch in October.
Can you imagine?
You guys are racist out here.
Greg, you know when you get something in the mail, this is, gosh, I'm already laughing thinking of this analogy. You remember, like, say, your kid, because it never happened to me, but your kid gets something saying, hey, you're being considered for the honors program.
Yeah.
Or you're being considered to play at a college football at our place. Or you're being considered to be the class president. You're being considered to be the Rotary Student of the Week. You're being considered, all these things that are normal. Because this program literally, I suppose, contacts you and says, we understand there's a good shot you might shoot somebody.
Yeah, your son is a criminal.
You have been considered by our fellowships to be someone likely in a gunfight.
To either kill or be killed.
You're right. And now we probably can't take on a lot. We don't have a lot of budget. But I think if we give you $300 a month, will you promise not to shoot at anybody?
Well, let me ask you this. If I get shot by somebody else, they said either shoot or be shot. I mean, I'm going to lose my money.
Maybe they're trying to keep you out of activity that would put you in that situation.
This may be the most. It's not real.
It's not. Let me tell you what they say. This is what Davis says about it. It's not necessarily as cut and dry as folks may think. It's not as transactional as here's a few dollars so you don't do something bad. Well, that's kind of what it sounds like.
No, it is, Cheryl.
But it's really about how you help to improve public safety in a neighborhood. Participants of the program will be paired with life coaches from the city's Violence Intervention Program and will serve as community ambassadors. Participants are also eligible to receive an additional $200 per month through ways such as working, going to school, or being a mediator in a potentially violent situation.
$300 just for not being in gunfights. Another $200 if you'll actually go to try to do some work.
Payments will be made in the form of gift cards and will be monitored, according to the San Francisco Examiner. Now, listen to all these groups involved. Okay, let's go back here. Let me try to get it.
This may be the
The Human Rights Commission, the Office of Economic Workforce Development, the Dreamkeeper Initiative. You've got the city's Street Violence Intervention Program, and you've got now the Community Ambassador Program. That's a lot of programs.
That's a lot.
All right, now let's go back. Now let's talk about reality. First of all, this is unbelievable. This is I've never seen such a give up. Guys, can we just pay people not to shoot at each other anymore?
That's amazing.
But here's
I'm sure they're going to
here's
stick
the
by it and
problem
be
though.
upfront with it.
Again, I hate to be Debbie Downer, and I hate to be the person that hands out like they do 3D glasses, the glasses of reality. Okay, I'm sorry, $300 a month is nothing like dealing drugs.
Yeah, then you don't even touch it.
How about it ain't enough money? I mean, if
I feel like there'll be people shooting people and then lying about it, so they still get their money and they shot somebody.
So, Greg, how about this? I can not shoot at people and get $300. Okay, $500 if I'm willing to go do something, or I can keep shooting at people and make tens of thousands a month. So I don't know.
I don't think this program's got much
I don't
of a
think the
chance.
free market's going to work in the favor of this, and also just the whole mentality of you don't have to change your character at all. Can we just pay you not to do bad things, not to shoot at each other?
You know,
I mean,
what if you
this
find
this is just another redistribution of wealth program, basically, is what it is. Let me tell you how you keep from having. You might not always stop the first time offender in these kind of things, but if you will take someone who is convicted of gun violence and lock them up for the rest of most of their life, you don't have repeat offenders.
No.
Yeah, that may be more of an incentive than $300.
Guys, we are building a society. I'm going to tell you another thing, because you talking about not preparing people for real life anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, so the rest of their life, someone's going to pay them to not break the law?
So I heard that this is ridiculous, but this is something that's going on. You think to yourself, well, my kid, won't be hopefully likely to get in a gunfight program, but they could be. But let me tell you what your kid is getting when you. Now, I won't even mention the details of this, and I know this kind of stuff goes on, but I didn't know like in our own state. Because we're in the deep South. Our states is so rich as red as our neck. Okay,
it is, and that's red.
But even universities here, that have a supposed faith foundation, this was told to me directly. This is not secondhand. Went to class the first day. Okay. Day one, in the class. Before we go any further, I want to put things up here on the board that would make you feel like that this class you're in a safe zone. Things you'd like to see us not do in here to make you feel safe.
Make you feel safe.
And guys,
no guns. Maybe that ought to cover.
No. That kind of stuff is a given. This was like things none of us want to be in where we think we'd be shot.
Right.
I don't need it. I don't. We all try to.
But these are emotional things.
Oh yes. Is there certain tones you don't like? Certain words you'd rather us not use? And see the thing is, and I know we're
going to cater to your every little.
Well, listen to this. Here's the problem to your point, and just like this, I know we're old crotchety codgers in here and all this kind of. I got our gray hair and all this, but it doesn't matter how old anybody is in this room. There's certain things that are just true. Okay, guys, if we allow this crap to go on with a generation of people, they will not be able to function.
Nope.
Because I don't know about you. I'm trying to think about my life growing up. The world doesn't work that way. When we send you out of whatever this classroom is, whatever this gathering is, whatever this institution is, when we send you out into the real world, the world doesn't work that way. The world doesn't come up to you and say, hey, what can we do to be sure you never have to persevere through something?
Yeah.
What can we do that you'll never be made to be uncomfortable? What can we do that you'll never be sad? What can we do that you'll never get your feelings hurt? What can we do that you never have to overcome anything? The world does not operate that way, and if you don't prepare people for that, can you imagine walking up, say, 2-a-days? I don't remember ever in my life a coach coming and saying, Rick, come here just a second. Everybody up. Everybody up. Hey, guys. I've got my board up here behind me. Anything that might make y'all uncomfortable, anything that makes you not feel like, I want y'all to have a safe zone here. And what's happening is we're watch it. It's already happening. We're going to have a skyrocket of people who can't cope. As I've said 1,000 times, I'm starting to see why. They're not able to cope because of the way that we behave now in an unrealistic way. We're going to a place of higher learning, and the first day we hear, we're going to write things on the board that you'd rather us not say or do, or how about this certain tones. And what happens is, because you know how people are, look, we're all human beings, somebody sits there now, and what do they think? Well, I really didn't have anything, but I guess I better come up with something.
Oh, if I don't, then everyone's going to look at me like I'm not as aware as they
Gosh,
are.
I didn't know we were allowed to do this. I feel the pressure of projects being due. Can you put that on the board?
Yeah. How about?
Yeah. What about I don't want a negative grade?
Hey,
yeah.
I don't
want to have to take tests.
I need a C to get out of here.
I don't like deadlines.
give it to
Deadlines make me nervous.
Yeah.
No, look, we all had things, and I'm not talking about true mental illness, and I'm not talking about, but even those things you got to learn to work with. You can't go out and say everywhere I go, the entire society has to adapt to me, because it's a complex society out there, and it has to function. You need to learn. One of the best things that we can teach people is how to cope and how to persevere and how to overcome, because the world is always going to require you to overcome and persevere through something. Yeah. And to say that we want to leave you in a fake utopian fantasy world and then send you out into that mess, I find that to be cruel.
You know what you never hear now,
I don't find that to be
Rick?
loving at all.
You know what you never hear now, and we heard it a lot. Get over it.
Right.
GOI.
Push through it.
Get over it.
Get to the other end.
Hey, learn to deal with it.
The list of things that can't happen, people are just trying to wad it up and throw away. There's still things that you're going to have to deal with.
Yeah.
Wow. 13 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
right, so we're back. 8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so the mess that is Afghanistan, we now have information that President Biden and Afghan President Ghani had a little phone call where they both seemed to be completely unaware that the Taliban would take over. And Biden is telling old Ghani, hey, why don't you give me a little help spinning this, baby, to make it look like the Afghan forces were still in control. Don't make me look bad here. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this sounds eerily similar to what got Trump impeached. It just sounds so similar. Am I exaggerating by saying that? It's a phone call. I'm chatting.
Look,
I'm
he's basically telling the guy to lie, okay? Yeah. And he's teaching him or trying to get him to go along with a marketing plan.
Right.
Look, I understand what he's saying. I understand probably why he's saying it. But the point is that if he would coach this guy to lie, would he not lie to us? I don't know that this is an impeachable offense.
No,
but what happened in Afghanistan is.
Right.
And that disaster is. And as Senator Tuberville is calling for a court-martial of somebody over this, at somebody's desk, there was a catastrophic failure. And that person is still at that desk today and still drawing a check. And they don't need to be in our military.
Well, as you will see, when she's asked about what I just told you, Psaki wants no part of this. So here we go.
Is that accurate? Can you tell us a little bit more about that call?
Well, I'm not going to get into private diplomatic conversations or leaked transcripts of phone calls. But what I can reiterate for you is that we have stated many times that no one anticipated, the vast majority, I should say, there may have been individuals and agencies, so I don't want to eliminate that option, but our national security team and no one in Congress, or I would say most people out in the public, anticipated that the Taliban would be able to take over the country as quickly as they did, or that the Afghan National Security Forces would fold as quickly as they did. So even the content of the reporting is consistent with what we've said many times publicly.
Now,
I'll also note some.
What is funny about this is, while she said, I'm not going to get into a diplomatic phone call and leaked transcripts,
Did
blah,
she
blah,
just
blah.
say she wouldn't get into leaked transcripts?
They were
and phone calls?
all about leaked transcripts and phone calls between diplomats when Trump was in office. They wanted everything. They impeached the president over what she just said she won't address.
That's my point.
That's what's hypocritical on the highest level about that.
Did she just say I won't get into leaked transcripts?
This is what we
calls?
need to. I think Senator Tuberville, Senator Coach, is on dead on point on this. We always say we talk about accountability. Well, let me tell you how accountability happens. There needs to be a court martial of whoever failed on this. I don't know if it's intelligence. I don't know if it's leadership. I don't know if it's Milley. I don't know who it is. But if whoever was advising the president on this missed it so dramatically, I don't think we can overlook this. This is not, my marketing plan wasn't good. We didn't sell enough Cheerios.
Right.
We got people killed that shouldn't have been killed. We're having hundreds, if not thousands, of others being killed we'll never know about unless they decide to post it on YouTube just to rub it in our face. It's unexcusable. You cannot make this big an error at that position. I mean, somewhere there's a DA. And the president,
yes, there is.
And the president listened to the DA. So either he did not take sound advice, which needs to be investigated, or whoever gave that needs to be court-martialed because they failed the military, they failed the intelligence community, and most important, they failed us, the American people. And you can't do that. You just can't do that at that level. There is no, I'll take a redo on that.
So the statement, as you said, that is just glaring is, I will not discuss nor get into leaked phone transcripts.
Yeah. Well, that's funny. Y'all were all about it a couple of years ago. Couldn't get enough of it.
So back to Senator Tuberville. He's saying, look, if it's the military people that messed it up, there needs to be a court-martial.
Court-martial. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So what she says, and what we need to find out is, Was there a different strategy? Because to me, it really seems very, very elementary that if you're going to leave a place where you've been for over 20 years, and the game plan has been that we have an Air Force base here, we provide air cover, we try to get the Afghan army to be able to defend themselves and arm them. It just seems elementary that if you were going to leave, you wouldn't take the military out first.
Nobody.
I mean, it just seems so elementary.
That.
I mean,
that's like you're moving your house and you tell the movers to pack up and head on out. We got it. Right. After you've hired a moving truck, it doesn't even make sense. The last people on the ground need to be the military, and they need to be there in numbers big enough that they secure the area. I mean, the whole thing was just a farce. And here's the thing: if you get to the top levels of our military and you miss it that bad, how can we trust you with the defense of our country against the Chinese, against the Russians, against terrorist threats, against nuclear threats? You have hundreds of thousands of soldiers in your command. How do we trust you with that if your judgment was this bad? You don't get a second chance in the military at that level. Look at the generals that have been relieved of duty in the past, who had an incredible track record. One mistake, you're out of there.
Well, because those mistakes get people unnecessarily killed.
Yeah, well, and again, the military did an incredible job cleaning up the mess that the leadership created at whatever stage it was created. I don't know if it was Biden or Milley or whoever, but that somebody, there's a term I'm not going to use, but somebody screwed this up really bad.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, enjoy the weekend. Best of show tomorrow and Labor Day, a replay. More Rick and Bubba for the others.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, the gang's all here as we roll through another hour. Best of Rick and Bubba tomorrow as we take the long weekend. Monday on Labor Day, Rick and Bubba replay as the boys take a little time off. We'll be back live on Tuesday, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged.
So we are rolling through a number of topics today. Your phone calls can come in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we can update this. Let's go to Jeff in Vernon. Jeff, and if you want to get in now, Harry Murdahl is ready. We'll start the hour with your phone calls. Jeff, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, Rick, I just wanted to pass on a story because y'all had just talked about how the world don't work that way.
No.
I'm a retired Marine, and my good buddy lost his legs in Afghanistan. And I went to Walter Reed Medical Center to visit him. Him and his family were there, and it was hard to park because there wasn't any handicap parking. And I noticed that. I'm like, well, this is weird. This is for veterans, trying to, it should be handicap accessible, but there was nothing. There were no ramps, or the hallways were real narrow, and the doors were all scraped up. And I noticed this pretty soon after I got there. I'm like, man, what is the deal here? I mean, everything, you'd think this is a hospital. This is made for, this type of situation. What's going on? He's like, no, they do that on purpose because the world don't work that way.
Right. They're teaching them to take the adversity they're going to have to live with the rest of their life, and they're saying let's let them learn to survive in the way the world actually is, which seems like a really important concept. And it seems when we create an environment for people that doesn't prepare them for the real world, I think that's a terrible disservice.
Right.
Let's go to Hank in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Hank, go ahead.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
We're good. How are you, sir?
Hank?
All good. Green grass and monkey acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy.
Got a funny one.
Question on the world becoming soft. Explain to me, because y'all are two smart individuals in my mind, how this works. If you've got politicians that have been in there for 40 years and 50 years, what's making the world so soft now? And I mean, what's the change that, they grew up in according to now how they want it to be? What's in their mind? I know they ain't got no common sense because that's a superpower. But,
no, I know what's in their mind. Guys, when it comes to politicians, don't overcomplicate it. It's votes. They don't believe 90% of this garbage they're shoveling. They have found out that there's a taste for the garbage, so then they just get garbage and start serving it if they think that's what you want. And it sounds sharp, but remember, the reason why they want to create an environment that people can't independently persevere is because then we don't need them.
Right.
Do you see that? So they want to create an environment that always says, you need me, me the politician, me the political party, me the government. You need me. And I've been to places in the world where this has been successfully done, and that absolutely is the mindset of the people. They have been indoctrinated so beautifully or diabolically into this thinking. They just think whatever's my problem, it's the government. The government, I guess, is going to fix it for me. Now, they have no concept that the high taxes they're paying and the high corporate taxes that are being paid make people not want to do business there. And then they
cost them jobs,
right? And then they go out and they
cost them a standard of living.
Now they go out and work real hard to provide a product. Then they can't really make much profit off of it, and they're constantly in a struggle, needing something from the government. They haven't put two and two together there, and that the ruling class live differently than they do. And I've been to countries where the government is placed on a pedestal like the most desired, most wonderful thing on the planet, and they provide everything we need.
I think there are some politicians that want to help people, but I think what it turns into, the first person they want to help is themselves be reelected so they can help people.
Right. Yeah,
it's funny how that works,
right? And of course, what the hilarious part, and we talked about this a little bit in the Bible study. The hilarious part is this false humility that comes with it, is where they'll pretend that they're here to serve, but remember they always tell you all the things that they do for you, so you be sure you know that. And it's all that it's. I mean, it's almost like I feel like that we've been given a pair of glasses that like just some people just don't have. I mean, can't y'all see this? I mean, we're good.
It's like we got fog lights,
right?
Yeah, it's not.
You do wonder
This
what
is
in the
not.
world.
Hey, this is not that hard to see.
No.
And I mean, if I can see it, it must not require a whole lot.
Yeah.
Because I know how much of a good one I am, but I can see this.
I know, and you don't even have your new glasses.
Right. Let's go to Jeremy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jeremy, go ahead.
Hey guys. Hey, I listened to you guys talk this morning, and obviously I'm still serving as a member of the National Guard now for 23 years. And
thank you for your service.
You're welcome. And when you talk about Coach Tuberville talking about court-martial, but I think that is the minimum thing that I think should happen, right? Because as a soldier in the military, if I lose a single round of ammo, or I lose my weapon, or I lose a magazine, right? That is grounds for a court-martial, even something as simple as that. And so we have put trust and confidence in the most senior leaders of our country, and I think it's somebody needs to be held accountable. And I'm sure you guys have been following Lieutenant Colonel Scheller's videos and comments that he's made, and the fact that he resigned his mission.
Yes.
I think that proves, right, that we are at a point in our country, and I love this country. I love our nation, and I would die for it. But I think that there needs to be accountability at the highest level, and I just don't think that is something that's going to happen before my lifetime. It's big government, and it is what it is.
Hey, Jeremy,
look, you get promoted through the ranks for doing your job and advancing through the skill set that you need to be a leader on a bigger and bigger level. But if you're at the very top of this, and you're the guys calling the shots, and you're the guys advising the president, and you're the guys taking the orders from the president and implementing them, you can't fumble this. This is a huge fumble. This is an inexcusable fumble, and somebody needs to pay for it, or a group of people needs to pay for it. That's how we prevent it from happening again, because whoever the Nimrod was that came up with this idea, and his buddies that went along with it, whoever they are, and I don't care. I don't care who they are, Republican, Democrat, military, civilian, doesn't matter. It was a total failure, total F. They wouldn't allow people under them to get away with this. They need to be responsible and pay the piper. And if it's a court-martial, it's a court-martial. If it's criminal charges, it's criminal charges. If it's impeachment, it's impeachment. This cannot stand.
So, Jeremy, I agree, Bubba, 100%. Well said. Yep. Jeremy, are they trying any of this garbage in the military? I know we're starting to do some of these ridiculous societal experimentation in the military, which gets people killed too. And maybe it's why we have people that seem so incompetent in high-ranking military positions. Are they starting this garbage of, does this make you uncomfortable, safe zones, and all that kind of stuff?
No, I mean, so, when I joined over 20 years ago, right, I think when I went through basic at Fort Jackson, we were supposed to be one of the first classes that had these mysterious stress cards. And so if you got stressed because a drill sergeant was yelling at you, you could whip out this card, and the drill sergeant was supposed to leave you alone, right?
Oh, my goodness.
And so, no, the military, we have the greatest fighting force in this world, right? And the only reason that we are is because we have the blessing of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ on our behalf, right?
Absolutely.
But what I will say is that, and I hate to make light of this situation. However, you guys had Gorosky on a couple weeks ago, and he basically was talking about being in a restaurant and a lady's kid was going berserk, and she basically told him that she didn't do anything, right? And I know he was saying that because when we were growing up, our dads chewed and smoked tobacco, but we still are having to go to counseling because of that. I just think we're living in a different society, and ultimately, I think that senior leaders, obviously they got there because they did things right, but that doesn't necessarily say that they've been removed from being on the front lines and being able to see things firsthand. And I think that sometimes they need to step back and ask for the input from their leaders on the ground.
Yeah, I think I worry sometimes our modern military has better equipment than we've ever had, better stuff. But like my dad used to say, today's football player is a much better athlete than the guys he played with, but they probably couldn't beat any of them in a bar fight. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big for you to take part in what's going on today. Let's move. Confirming what I said going to the break, this is a great text that I got from a friend of mine, and man, he is so correct. He says your dad, as usual, is correct on using the analogy about, sure, it's true that the athletes of today are athletically superior to when the old guys played the game. They're just not as physically tough, and don't know that we could beat them up in a bar fight or a fight of any kind. A person who works with modern day athletes says, Coach is right. Kids today fight until it hurts, but the men of old, they fought till they died. And so once the modern day one gets a little uncomfortable, they'll quit on you. The old guys, you had to kill them to get them off of you. You know, they fought to the death. Now we pretty much just fight till it hurts. And then everybody tells us that we shouldn't have to push through anything. So now we got to say that's too hard. I don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Make that easier on me, please. So anyway, and then of course, before you know it, you're somebody's dad and somebody's husband, and all hell's breaking loose, and they need you, and you fold like a paper cup. But anyway, paper cup. I know the military's got a lot of superior training and a lot of great weapons and all that, but are they individually tougher than those before them? Wouldn't surprise me if they weren't. And
I don't think we're talking about. I mean, we're not talking about the people on the ground actually getting the work done. I think we're talking about the leadership. I am.
Well, the people on the ground reflect the current state of the leadership, and that's where the blame should be. Absolutely,
yeah,
no doubt.
Well, I think some of those guys that's getting it done are tough as nails.
Oh,
I think
question about that.
I think some of the. I don't think the cream has necessarily risen to the top.
Well, there's some things going on inside the military that I think is not good, and that's for military people, especially from a spiritual standpoint. It's we're okay in a lot of things that if you don't want God's hand removed from you, you probably want to stay away from some of the stuff we're allowing to go on.
Yep.
But
I agree with that.
But just go right ahead. It's all going to work out in the end. I promise you that. I know who wins.
Yeah. I read the end of the book. I know how this wraps.
I'm going to stand with the great I am over anything, including any nation, even the one I belong to.
Yep.
Because the way he looks at nations, they rise and fall like you stirring to get the sugar to settle in your tea. All right. So this thing that you have, Bubba, you sent us. It is. I don't even know how to describe this. I don't even know what to say. We've talked about these steps on the show before.
Somebody had sent it to me. It's one of these little TikTok Reels clips where we've got a mom singing or pantomiming a rap, and it's actually,
which is always funny.
It's actually from Tom MacDonald, and the name of the song is "Brainwashed," which is on the Hot 100 now, by the way. He's a Canadian rapper, songwriter, and former professional wrestler. He has rose to prominence, Rick, with the release of his song White Boy and his song Fake Woke and Snowflakes, which both have appeared in the Hot 100. I think somebody had called us about him
I'm sure.
on the show and said, you got to see this guy. Man, he is out there calling it like it is.
Yeah, somebody say he's from Metallo or something.
He's Canadian. He's from Canada somewhere. But this was a little thing somebody sent me yesterday, and I sent the guys. It's pretty eye-opening when you think about what's going on in our country.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like it.
Step 1, train the people only to consume. Step 2, infiltrate adults with the news. Step 3, indoctrinate the children through the schools and the music and the apps on the phones that they use. Step 4, separate the right from the left. Step 5, separate the white from the black. Step 6, separate the rich from the poor. Use religion and equality to separate them more. Step 7, fabricate a problem made a lie. Step 8, put it on the news every night. Step 9, when people start to fight and divide, take control. This is called situational design.
Yeah. I mean,
why is a redheaded woman singing it?
Who knows, Greg? Because it's funny on TikTok.
Okay. Situational design.
Yeah. Yep. But we've talked about that.
There's a similar clip of him actually singing it too. So
yeah. But it's
have y'all seen this guy before?
No, to be honest with you, I don't really want to. But no.
There's a side of me that wants to hear snowflakes. I'm gonna have to check that out later today.
I felt that'll be in the break.
You know how sometimes sometimes because that's right up his alley, and what the lyrics are is 100% right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we talked about that. This is all because if you want people,
what's Red think of it?
The Red think, but if you want people, we talked about this. If you want people to give up freedoms, one of the greatest ways to always do it is, this has been around for a long time, divide, cause all kinds of problems, cause the kind of problems that terrify people, and then when they're terrified, you come in and say, well, if you'll just give us more control, we'll make you safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We'll protect you.
And sadly, things like we just played, and I know we probably don't want to hear it, and we deny it, but a large majority of teenagers, 20-somethings, that's how they get their news.
Of course.
It's through TikTok reels.
Of course.
And they don't go to the, your cable channel, stuff like that. So
there's your buddy.
Yeah, well, he's
kind
of hard to look at.
Greg, but when we laugh, we talk about all the time about know the room. So the other day, somebody caught themselves in the middle of it. I'm sorry. Somebody was like, "Hey man, have you heard Kanye's new album?" And I just looked at them and they said, "I'm so sorry. I don't know what in the world I was thinking." I said,
"You seriously asked me that question."
I said, "Do you think I rush out to get Kanye's new release?" It's if you do that, that's fine.
I thought you went to the Mercedes-Benz Dome to hear it. He walked around with something on his face.
Now let me tell you something. If you asked me if I saw the latest documentary on drummers, something like that. Just something that would be.
Did you hear Kanye's new release?
Right.
I didn't hear his first one.
Right. Yeah.
We've lost this one. So until he hears these songs in the break, he'll be back with us.
I hope Bubba gets TikTok with him moving his lips to them.
Oh yeah.
One. Matter of fact, I'm upset with you, Speedy, because you've done you're doing two things today. It was the only copy of it we had.
That's what he sent us, Greg.
Yeah.
I know,
that's what I was saying.
I don't think that's sharp.
Well, no, Greg, you're not. You probably, back to the audience. You probably couldn't care less what's on TikTok. I didn't realize that the wife and mom from what was that show, Married with Children. That's who this reminded me of. Sorry. But anyway, you have a lot. Because Bubba's now lost with this white rapper, and then you go over and tell Greg about this documentary about drummers on Netflix. We've lost him to that. So we're down to three of us.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Don't forget Best of Rick and Bubba tomorrow, and then a Rick and Bubba replay coming up on Labor Day. TheraBreath is partnering with the Rick and Bubba Show. Love TheraBreath, and you know what? The people who have to spend time with me love TheraBreath too, because you know what? I always have fresh breath. Either through using the mouthwash, the toothpaste, they have many other products, but I love those lozenges. Take them lozenges with you because you don't ever know. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen.
You don't know who you're going to run
all of a sudden,
into.
what? Boom!
Dragon breath.
And then you're stuck. So have those lozenges with you too, man, especially do a lot of presentations. They really help you too to avoid dry mouth as well. So why don't you go to TheraBreath.com right now? They've got, man, for gum health, dry mouth, as I mentioned, breath, you name it, they got it. It is oral care, perfect. You know, remember, Bubba, the healthiness of that mouth, it has a lot to say about your overall health.
Yeah, especially your heart.
Yeah.
We know more and more that things that are growing in your mouth affect your heart.
Yes, they do.
Yep.
Yes, they do. So go to TheraBreath.com right now. Or you can go to RickandBubba.com. You can look under the sponsors. You can find a link right there. Get some today. TheraBreath.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we do have another update. Then we'll get to some phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's another update here.
And Bubba's got a song for us.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Well, you remember the teacher Greg trying to be sharp in California. Oh, California.
Oh, yeah. A lot of sharpness.
That's a really beautiful place to be so backward. But we had a California teacher, if you remember, she removed the United States flag,
I remember this.
even though California is one of the states in the United States. And she actually suggested that the students that she has, now this is your education process, okay? This is you as parents sending your kids off to be educated. U.S. flag out, and the California classroom gave pride flag in, and said that the children would be better off if they would pledge their allegiance to the pride flag. And, of course, that went viral because she actually, showing more stupidity, bragged about it, Bubba, on what the platform we just used, TikTok. And she thinks she is so, advanced and so wonderful.
So proud of it.
She said the American flag made her feel uncomfortable. And she suggested they just say the Pledge of Allegiance to the rainbow flag. She has been removed from the classroom and placed on administrative leave.
Good.
The investigation at the Newport Mesa school system is ongoing. If you'd like to know who this Nimrod is, Kristen, well, I better not say the last name because if I say it wrong, it's going to sound like I'm trying to be funny. But anyway, she has been removed, and she, remember when she whispers, Bubba, she whispers to all of us on TikTok, the American flag makes me feel uncomfortable. We're living in a time that
the American flag is and the freedoms is actually gave you the ability to say what you were saying.
Exactly. Let me tell you, if that flag makes you feel uncomfortable, just wait till
try that white one out in Afghanistan.
Yeah, with squiggly lines on it.
That's a dilly. I know how hard this country's been on you. Try living under the old Taliban.
Yeah.
You also had a California teacher, Rick, pro Antifa. Was fired by a school district after a leaked video emerged of him.
Yeah, he is. He was really a character too.
I'm going to say this.
He may be been further out there than this lady.
I'm going to say this loud.
I know that sounds hard to believe.
I'm going to say this loud and clear. We have throughout our family, current and past, and probably future, great teachers. Okay, love them all, because I know the job they're doing, because I know who they are and their character. But I got to tell you something. You better know what idiot could possibly be in the classroom in front of your child right now.
Oh yeah.
And I mean,
and Rick, we hear it from interns we've had. And kids and kids' friends. I mean, we at the college level too. It's unbelievable what's happening in what you would think would be fairly safe areas of the country. It's just absurd what's going on. I don't know what it's going to take to get control of that again, because it is totally out of control.
Can I tell you one thing that might help? I know there are universities out there and I'm just going to grab a number because this number doesn't apply. There's some that it's lower, and there's some that it's higher. But I'm telling you, it's nothing for you to be writing a $5,000 check for one class.
Oh,
right.
Okay?
Ouch.
Okay. I mean, that's nothing. Okay. That's kind of to the medium to high range, but it's not the highest and it's not the lowest. But I mean,
land there.
Yeah. And I want you to think about if you just wrote a check for $5,000 for one class for a semester, and the time that your money was being used for was standing in front of a chalkboard talking about a safe room and tell us things you want us to avoid to make you feel safe in here and not hurt your feelings. And I mean, time's just
That's
ticking
some
by.
expensive advice
Hey,
you
you're
get.
$5,000. Time's just ticking by.
Wasting time on learning.
And you're wanting your child to be educated at a relatively high level, and because there's a lot of things they need to learn that classroom can't teach them. But being educated is a huge advantage. Huge advantage. If the education is worth a darn.
Yeah.
So I'm not anti-higher education, but I'm anti-higher indoctrination.
Yeah.
And the fact that that's not what I wrote that check for. And to Bubba's point, if you don't start holding their feet to the fire, it's only going to get worse. You got to start demanding, hey, last time I checked, this ain't free.
Yeah.
You know, and so, you know, I'm speaking to college now, or if your kid goes to a prep school or a private school, whatever. If you're, taxes, all of it, of it's being paid for. Okay, either by your taxes or you're paying taxes and writing checks. Okay, but we have to demand that if what we are writing checks for is education, and we're talking about to be able to go out and function in society, reading, writing, arithmetic. I think even philosophy can be great. That's all right, as long as it's presented, as philosophy. You need to hear what other people think, different worldviews. But going into a class where we're spending time on the pride flag and what makes you feel comfortable, what tone I should take, and all that—that's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, our doggone. I'm going to hear about ISIS. I mean, you kidding me? And be sympathetic. I mean. You wouldn't tolerate that garbage if you went and paid for a meal and you didn't get the meal.
Oh,
right?
no.
I mean,
you send it back.
Yeah.
Send
What
it back,
if
throw
you
it
paid
out.
a lot of money for a high performing car, only to discover that somebody had been driving at 148 miles an hour? What happened in that case?
Yeah.
What did the guy say? I demand another car.
Yeah.
Okay, because I didn't pay for that. So if we're not getting what we pay for, then let's demand that we do, or they got to go.
Yeah.
Got to go.
Yeah. So anyway. All right, let's go to Faye. I think that's Faye. Faye out of Florence, WLAY. Faye, go ahead. How are you?
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. How are you?
We're fantastic.
Hey, are you looking forward to the upcoming football season?
Oh, yeah.
Sure, of course.
Okay, I've got a request. Class of 1994, by the way, still waiting for my diploma signed by Rick and Bubba, but I'll wait a little longer if I could hear a football band drum roll from Greg.
You can
to
do
get
go.
us all in the mood
You
for
wanna do
football
go?
before you guys leave for the long weekend.
Go. All right, How about we'll do the classic? I remember standing in stadiums as a child. I remember it went on and on. The classic go cadence. How are you on that, Faye?
I'm good with that.
All
Just
right.
get us in the mood.
All right, here we go. Greg, give us a little go. There it is, right there. Yeah.
I love it. That was one arm there.
Do you remember Greg, do you remember this? Do you remember the
Yeah.
go?
Go. All right, last season, you remember how you told me something was missing and it was fans, and you're like, I can't watch it. I
did
can't
not
watch.
I could not watch fanless football.
All right, well, with high school,
Which is
a
why I could
lot
never
of
watch
high
Rice.
schools were playing, but like bands, they weren't
the band,
allowed,
they
and it was
couldn't
all
perform.
splintered up, and they all. I forgot how much a band adds to the atmosphere. I'm gonna tell you what, high school football, that drum line comes walking
Yeah,
by. I'm
man,
like, if
come
that
on.
don't fire you up,
Oh,
your
you
wood's
gotta love
wet.
that.
You know.
Come on.
Hearing that band go nuts.
Oh man,
you kidding me?
Yeah.
It's like third down, and both bands are trying to play and drown each other
it's
out.
better than
Let's
that.
go.
Oh.
Come on. Yeah, it's on now. How about the first afternoon? It starts to kind of feel cool.
Oh, yeah, it's
and,
nice
you,
this
and,
weekend.
and you hear the band at practice, and they're on a couple of fields away.
Yeah.
And you start to hear them, and it's like a Thursday, and you're doing walkthrough, and you're like, I'm fired up.
You feel
I'll be
like
back with college football this weekend, too.
you feel like you could run through a wall.
Yes. That drum line. Think about the drum line when they're warming up, just outside. And here they come walking in.
Oh, yeah.
Think how they used to have that for people going into battle.
Right.
Oh,
well, enjoy it, because there's going to come a point somebody's going to say that drums make people not feel safe.
Yeah.
Because it feels like military. We don't get to hear them anymore.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
top, we'll go phone trolling, and they're all well, we got one line that's available. So 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to try that one. And then we'll roll through these, and we'll go quickly. Things you need to know, Rick and Bubba Best of Show tomorrow as we go away for a long weekend, back on Tuesday, Lord willing. Rick and Bubba replay, that means a full show replayed from Rick and Bubba Past, will be coming up on Monday. So catch that. Also, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be out again this weekend. What's Eating Scott Gorosky? We now go inside the life of Scott the Rock Gorosky. Enjoy that expose from the Rick and Bubba family on Rick and Bubba University this weekend. All right, so let's get started. We will begin with Howard out of Athens, Alabama. Howard, 30 seconds, sir. Go right ahead.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
I'm fired up. How are you doing, buddy?
Doing good, good. Hey, listen, you were talking a while ago about the socialist state and so forth, and people just want to be taken care of. But one of the founding fathers said that those who would give up freedom for security deserve neither freedom nor security. And I just thought that was pretty appropriate to what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, and they also said any government that gets big enough to give you everything that you want will at some point take away
take it away from
everything you got.
Everything you got. Yep. Everything you got. It's like a string. Let's go to Jared in Huntsville. Jared, you've got is this the Jared that calls us a good
Jared? Fire it in there.
Let's see.
All right, Jordan, fire it in
Jordan.
there.
Oh, Jared.
Jordan, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I thought that thing said fired in there, Jared. Jared's a Subway guy that left in shame. Greg, didn't he leave in shame?
Yeah, he sure did.
All right, Jared, go ahead in Huntsville.
Forgot to check out.
You can fire it in there.
Hey, fellas, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
go ahead.
All right, so have y'all heard anything about the Triceratops fossil that's getting auctioned off for about like $1.5 million, something like that?
No, have not.
Okay, well, I heard it on another news channel earlier today, and I was just wondering if y'all heard anything, because I only caught the end of it, and it'd be real interesting to hear about that.
Yeah, I mean, for a dinosaur that looked like the Triceratops and is very, distinguishable and well known, and know the time frame that bad boy was wandering around. You got to admit, I mean, if you just had the head, just the skull of that thing right there, Rick, I'd put that baby on the wall, wouldn't you?
What I would do is, if you walked into Camp House, you'd see deer heads, and then that right in the middle of it.
Yeah, I mean, how many millions of years, or thousands of years old?
What I say? Shot that over at Water Pump Field.
Yeah,
Bubba, they claim
came out right before dark.
They claim 66 million.
Hey,
well, it depends on where your theory on all that.
Yeah, look, be careful.
Well, there's theories. None of us know. We wasn't there.
No, Tambron, is that what this is? Tambron in Jacksonville, Alabama. Go ahead. Tambron.
Yes, that's right.
Hmm?
Hey guys, we were talking about Tom MacDonald. He may be hard to look at and even harder to listen to, but we're Christians, and my husband hates rap, but he loves Tom MacDonald. He is worth a listen to.
We were listening.
We were listening to some of his songs in the break. He's a right wing. He's hard right, buddy.
He is.
Can bring it. Yep.
The only thing is, every single thing he said, I could just listen to the show.
Yeah.
I mean, but he's kind of doing it in a little different format.
Well, you're a rapper. I've heard you.
Well, sure.
Let's go. Adam in Sandrock. Adam, go ahead. Welcome to the program. 30 seconds.
Bubba, y'all was talking about Tom MacDonald earlier. I was going to let you know, if you watch that video, Snowflake, there's not a female in that video.
What's that guy there?
That is Blair White, a right-wing transvestite.
Really?
Who? What?
Yes.
What?
No, I haven't seen all the video.
Yeah, I haven't seen the video.
To it in the
Are you
break,
saying that someone appears to be a female in it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, does that woman just calls her husband? Don't like that.
That was a guy.
No.
Oh, the one before.
She said my husband loves, and he sounds like he's the kind of guy we'd all hang out with.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's aware of that. And that may not be accurate. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know I know very little about Tom MacDonald.
Greg in Columbus, Mississippi. Greg, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I hope the powers that be don't get O.J. Simpson to do a PSA where he ends in, get the inoculation. Go ahead, take the stab.
Yeah, I just I don't know that O.J. is a spokesperson for the vaccine is what anybody's looking for.
Although I thought, his breakdown of the Cam Newton situation was probably as sane as I've heard O.J. say anything in a long time.
Right. Yeah, it's
we all want OJ
sure.
with his own naked gun back, don't we?
Well, I just wonder though if you're like one of OJ's friends, you're hanging around him. Like we all have things in our life. Like somebody says, "Hey, you know, I still can be friends with Rick, and I know that it's kind of you probably don't want to talk about the state championship loss of '82,
right?
You know, that
Unless
kind
you
of
got
stuff.
a lot of time.
But can you imagine trying to avoid the fact that he killed like 2 people? That seemed like that would be hard.
Well,
to get
if I was hanging around OJ and I detected that he was getting the least bit annoyed about stuff or agitated, I'd get out of there.
No,
or if he said something funny, you go, "You're killing me, OJ." I'm sorry.
Yeah, think of all the things you can't say. I'll take a stab at it. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. My bad.
Well, great picture of this. Like Bubba said, you're out eating, and the waiter or the waitress is talking to him, and he says, "Now look, I do not want croutons on there," and I would like, "Hey, come
salad shows up and it's just full of croutons."
I would just call him, "Hey, seriously, no croutons." When he would, please bring it out right. Yeah,
and when it showed up and had croutons in it, I would go, "Oh, I got a call. I got to go."
Yeah. What about when he says this? What? Hey, I need a steak knife for this. That's just fine. I'll have it. He can have mine. All right, let's go to.
Because you know he's been out and ordered steak. Do you feel strange when you're that guy that has to lay the steak knife down?
All right.
Yeah.
Bubba, you know that's happened to your point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think they're going?
Somebody says you take the steak knife out. That's OJ. Okay, we'll take this butter knife. See if you notice. Tell him it's tender. Tell him the meat's really tender.
Cut it up for him back here. Tell him we ordered tonight's special chop steak.
Let's go to Jason in Huntsville. Jason, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Hey, thanks. Did y'all notice in the Jen Psaki video that y'all played, twice she said they did not realize how quickly the Taliban was going to take control? So you mean to tell me you knew they were going to, but you just didn't realize it was that quick? So we still left everything there?
Yeah, it's almost like she's let us know. Now, look, we all knew the foregone conclusion that the conclusion of all this was the Taliban back in full control. We just didn't think it would happen so fast.
Let me tell you the only group that may have been more shocked, and that was the Taliban.
Yeah.
Because we know now from some contacts on back channels, they had expected about a 6 month to 1 year fight just to get to Kandahar. And then from there, they didn't know how long it was going to take to actually take the city of Kabul. So they went through it faster than they were ready to go. I think they ran out of gas. They were going so fast.
Right.
They didn't have the supplies ready.
No, I remember one time playing a little ball. We had a very, very good offensive line, and I heard our fullback. Do you remember this great scream? I told you about this. Yeah! When he went into the second level to block somebody and nobody was there, and he just did his arms like this running through the secondary. He's like, they've blocked everybody. And I remember him hollering out, yeah! Man, he was expecting all sorts of opposition.
Yeah.
He hits the hole, there's nobody there.
Well, let me, and I hate to point this out from a military history standpoint.
History.
There's a point where you can advance too quick, and you get too strung out and your supply line can't keep up with you. See Germany going after Russia, World War II. If the Afghan army had not just thrown their hands up and had regrouped and started fighting again, they might have knocked a whole bunch back out themselves. But they just quit.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick